Okay, starting up the streams. 160p, that's what I like to see. Hey there, this is stream number 414. Today's going to be a documentation day, one of the most important tasks software developers have, because we always hope that our stuff gets used. And if someone is looking at our stuff and trying to decide if they want to use it or not, they're going to be looking at our documentation. So I'm in the midst of writing this stuff. This is what it looks like in the source code. And when we get it up into the documentation, it looks like this. So this is in a kind of a markdown syntax where we annotate code and we annotate where our examples are. And there are a couple of really cool things that Rust does for us. When I run my cargo doc command, it is building this HTML, and it is also, with cargo, I can run test. It'll also test our documentation. So if I actually had a bug in the examples, it would show that. For example, let's create a bug by just misspelling something. Run test again, and it will say that it failed because EQQ doesn't make sense, right? So pretty handy thing. Don't know of any other language that actually automatically creates unit tests out of examples and documentation, but it's pretty damn sweet, in my opinion. Start the timer. There we go. All right. So I'm just going to keep going as if I had like a billion people watching me, even though there are only 2. That's fine with me. Hey there, Luma Code. You are first. It's kind of hectic today. School schedules are all different today. Hey there, TS Jost. Are you my son? Hello. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm just doing some documentation today. I finished with this library. I got it all nice and refactored. Most of it done off stream yesterday. Hey there, a Volugar and Lazy Guru and Uber Unix. Oh, you're all arriving together. Maybe the going live notice is actually working. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to hit enter on the Discord. There we go. I forgot to do that. So people who watch Discord can see when I'm going live. Don't know now until I hit enter there. Give us a rundown of what I did offline. Yeah, sure. It's not too long to explain. What I essentially did is I broke up the library into smaller pieces. So at the top level, it's just a bunch of modules, and then we say what we want to make public. So because URI requires you to call, to create an authority in order to set it, I had to make authority also public. But we have various modules now. Hey there, Manez. How are you and your Manez? So that was one thing. I broke up the library into different modules. And the other thing I did is I went through it and made a lot of things functional. So I had like 3 or 4 of these state machines, and I made them now functional. So states now are represented not only by their an enum representing what state we're in, but also as data attached to the enum are the variables that used to be in the main parser function using the state machine. Raimu, that's right. Atomicity? So I got rid of all of the Clippy warnings about functions being too long, because now instead of all the state machine being in one huge function, now they're all broken up so that this is the function that's called when we're in the not in octet state, and this is the function that's called when we're in the expect digit or dot state. And this is the top level, so to speak, of the state machine, that every time you step the state machine, I called it next instead of step, but it's essentially the same thing. You give a new character. What code ends up processing the next character depends on what state we're in, right? So if we're in the not in octet state, we go to this function. If we're in the expect digit or dot, we go to this function. And what each next function is supposed to do is reconstruct the next state from the current state. And so it's possible for it to error. So we also handle error messages there. But if we don't have an error, then yeah, we're constructing the next state from the previous state. You don't know English, but the fact of making everything as atomic as possible. Okay. I don't know the English word for that either. Autonomousize? Something like that. if there is such a word. So yeah, a lot of the code I tried really aggressively to make functional. So to validate an IPv4 address in a string, we now turn it immediately into an iterator and then use functions to process it. So trifold is going to try to press every single character in the string through the state machine by calling the next function on the state machine for every character. So fold and trifold are similar. Trifold is where it's fallible, so you can return an error. That's why we have a question mark there for early exit. And only if we go through the state machine completely do we call finalize. And finalize is what we are going to finally generate the result. So an IPv4 just has to have 4 groups, so that's the only way we can get an OK out of it. If we are in the wrong state, we get a truncated host, that kind of thing. So yeah, a lot of the refactoring it upstream had to do with taking state machines and breaking them up into finalize functions, next functions, and then an outermost iterator which folds or collects or something like that. So similarly, a IPv6 address has another state machine. It's a little bit more complicated because we have an early exit that is not going to be treated externally as an error. Called, if we hit an IPv4 trailer, we exit out of the fold, but we turn it back into an OK here, into a special state that we're inside of a IPv4 group, so that we can just discard the rest of the string. But other things come out as errors there. So that extra thing, there's probably a cleaner way to do this, but yeah, I ended up having an outer type which can be an error, or it could just mean we're exiting out of that fold early for a different reason. But yeah, otherwise it has the same kind of format. We have the shared variables for all the states, and then we had the different states. Here I had to use lifetime because the shared variables include a slice, a borrowed slice. So that needed to have a lifetime, and that kind of ended up infecting the rest of the enum with that lifetime. But that's okay. But yeah, still it has a finalize method, and it's the same kind of format. So there's like when you hit the end of the string, here's some closing things you want to check, and then here are the invalid end states, and here are the valid end states. And if you're in a valid end state, then you the final validity check depends on if you encountered a double colon and the number of groups you encountered, right? So the different rules for what a valid IPv6 address is. And the next, since we have 7 states, it has 7 match arms. So this used to be the huge function. Now it's broken up because there's 7 sub-functions we call depending on what state we're in. And so each of these functions used to be a match arm. So now it's, one function per state that we're in, and each one is responsible for saying if there's an error encountered, or if not, then what's the next state going to be. So the shared variables kind of come in through the through this state, and they come back out being constructed in the next state. So that's how that works. What else did I do? Oh, I also took all of the character set classes and used once cell instead of lazy static. So once cell is a bit easier than lazy static. We don't need to use a macro here. Instead, we make a closure. It's kind of hidden off to the side here. If that double vertical bar wasn't there, then you wouldn't see it, right? But that we need because this doesn't actually get evaluated like immediately as in some kind of global context or anything. This is setting up something to be called the first time this static is referenced. So the first time that alpha is referenced, it's going to call this closure to construct the alpha hash set. And then the second time it will just be cached. That's sort of what one cell does. It will build it once and use it many times. So all the character sets are built like that. And these are all hash sets built from iterators that are chained together. So, and they build off of each other. So, where was it? Actually, now that I think about it, hex digit could have built off of digit, couldn't it? Should I be like extra pedantic here and say that that's that.iter and then chain with with those. And that didn't work. Why? That should have worked. Interesting. Huh. What's the error here? Expected care found, reference to care. Interesting. I wonder if I got away with that because these ranges were always first. So I could just, I could fix that by just moving that down to here, and then we start off with the range. Wait. Really? Oh. Huh, I guess they're different. I guess before we always had ranges or we had hash set iterators, but never mixed them. Okay, I'm gonna punt on this. Never mind, I'll figure that out some other time. Anyway, what else did I do? I put decode element and encode element into their own module. And I also made them more functional, so each one is now using, like, this one's using filter map and then collect. This one's using map and then collect. We're using filter map here because for some states we don't emit an output. So filter map, when it gets to a %, it's just going to set a mutable flag and then go to the next iteration. It's not going to output anything into the collect. So whereas for encode, we're always doing a character or an error every time, so we can just use map. I actually don't think I need collect here, do I? Hey, look at that. I was going through and removing a lot of those two. The turbo fishes on collect, you don't need them if the compiler can figure out what you're collecting into through elision, I guess. Type elision. All right. So because I broke stuff up into a lot of modules, I had to use a lot of these use supers. That's reaching up into the crate and then down into other modules to get things. And it's a little different from the top. I had to do crate URI because if you just do that, it will say that it is ambiguous at some point. You get a warning about it. Ambiguous name. And they say you could use : URI, but then again they say down here you can use crate. If you use that, it actually doesn't work. So I had to use crate URI. Lost me when I tried to change the digits. Yeah, I lost myself. I think it's because those are two different kinds of iterators, and so they can't be chained directly. I'm gonna need to fix that. I'm glad you enjoy it, LumaCode. Hey there, pseudocodedx. Good afternoon. I do find that annoying that I repeated it, so let me see if I can fix it. So what I want to say is digit.iter, but for some reason it won't let me chain these ranges. Maybe I have to do range to iterator? Into? No. Mismatch resolving range inclusive as an into iterator. Expected character. So there's a difference between borrowed character and non-borrowed character. Can I say copied? Or this dot copied? Aha, there we go. What copied does is it turns, like it says here, it turns an iterator over references into a, okay, you can't see that. My chat's covering it. It turns an iterator of references to an iterator of values, and I believe that's because these ranges are iterators over values and not references to values. And Rust is a little bit picky about that. Hey there, CloudHawk. How are you doing? So I kind of had that in the back of my mind that whenever I see, it's sort of learning from Rust giving me compiler errors and warnings, right? I've learned to see that whenever you expect two different things and the only way they're different is one is borrowed and one is not, there are a couple ways to fix that. You could put a star in front of one of them, you can put a borrow in front of the other, or in the case of iterators, you can turn borrowed into non-borrowed by doing copied. And that's okay when they are primitive values, right? There's no memory allocation there. Anyway, that fixes that. I should do these as little check-ins, shouldn't I? So this one is reuse digit character set in hex digit. This one is no need to use turbofish for collect in code element because it figures it out. And this one is all the documentation that I was adding. I need to include this. This is not documentation. This was something I fixed before the stream. That this was just wrong. Really would just want to pull in all the modules like, you know, the same way, and then to expose everything we do pub uses, and I need to add pub use authority there. And I think this is all documentation stuff that we're still doing. Okay, so then this is fix issues using library. So don't pull in all of the URI module as public. Number 2, to expose types publicly, use pub use at crate level. All right, that's what we did. I'm gonna push that and then see, is there something else that I should describe that I did off stream? This is all just warning saying that I need documentation. I think it's really cool that the tools will help you build up your documentation. If it won't do that at first. You have to actually tell it at the top, warn missing docs. If I didn't do that, then it's not going to warn me about most of the documentation. It does still warn me if I don't describe errors. So it says docs of the function returning result missing an error section, which I find curious that it's not included in missing docs. I guess it's part of pedantic. I bet if I turn that off, oh no, it's not a pedantic warning. Level of, oh no, it's because in this one it's pedantic. If I turn off pedantic up here, yeah, that warning goes away. No, it doesn't. Wait, what? Oh, is that crate wide? So I don't need that everywhere? Huh. Out of curiosity, if I look for pedantic, let's try to remove it everywhere and just add it at the top level. I'm wondering if I was too verbose and just repeating that everywhere. If it is crate wide, then I only need to say it once here, right? So as you can tell, a lot of times I learn just by experimenting. And this probably needs to go at the top level too, right? This is all documentation stuff, right? Yeah, okay. I'll come back to that one. I really should search for that. All right. So that means this is probably unneeded. Or it should go at the lib level. All right, so then if I'm right, then turning that off, yeah, all the warnings there are turned off. Okay, cool. So then all of this must mean crate wide, and so I only need to put it in lib.rs. I don't need it anywhere else. Right, so turn these all off. And we should get warnings about the non-ASCII literals in my unit tests. Interesting, I'm not getting that. I had a non-ASCII literal in here. Right here. Why am I not getting a warning about it now? Hey there, Cusack. All right, cargo Clippy. Really? Why am I no longer getting... Oh, because I have it here. No, that's something different. Let's look for that. So that's different. Oh, because that's turned on by pedantic. If I do that, it'll turn on there. It'll say, yeah. It'll say that non-ASCII literal. So I wanted to turn on pedantic, but then turn that off so that I don't get a warning there. All right, and then the other warning I have is about documentation, which I want right now because we're going to fill in the documentation. That's half of what I do here, LumaCode. If I didn't want to engage with the community and explain what I'm doing and help people understand, then I wouldn't bother streaming, right? So I didn't stream yesterday just because I didn't feel up to it, but I want to, you know, keep pushing myself to do that because there's a lot of benefits. So here I learned that I didn't need Clippy pedantic warning everywhere. I only needed it at the crate level. So I'm just going to check in the removal of that line everywhere. And what did I do here? I decided to move it somewhere else. Oh no, this is in the URI module. Yeah, we don't want it. I don't want the whole thing. I just want those 4 lines. Yes. And then here I added those two. So those are where they belong. Okay, so remove. All these are removes, and then an add there. Okay, so move, consolidate, crate wide, warning. What are they technically called? Their attributes, right? To crate level. lib.rs. All right. And back to documentation, unless I find some more bugs. All right. Where was I in the documentation? I think I was at the top here filling this stuff in. So I have a section for examples parsing, another for generating. Let me just run cargo doc again. I may not run it from this shell, but run it from this one. And then I'm going to go to the documentation and reload it. So at the very top level, I have a really nice overview. So I learned how to do these links. They are a combination of two things. I sort of learned this experimentally by looking at other people's documentation, but you do what looks like a markdown link, and it just works. It just becomes a nice link. And if you want to have the URL part later, you can just have the front part, and then at the end have it have the URL part. And this is a relative URL, right? So that's why URI goes to the same path /struct.uri.html. So I have I wanted the crate level to say very concisely what the crate is all about and have a link to the URI type because that's the principal type. And then if people don't know what the heck a URI is, I have the link to the RFC, and I put IETF there on purpose because I've seen a lot of Rust developers will refer to an RFC like just the word RFC. A lot of times it means a Rust RFC, not an IETF RFC. So this is being more specific. It's an IETF, an internet RFC, right? So then a little kind of a very extremely brief synopsis that most people should get if they're developers, especially if they've been working with the web. They're like, okay, that's a URI. Great, I know what that is, right? This library is all about parsing them. So this will go straight into the example where I parse exactly the same thing on purpose to show how it works, right? We parse the URI, we grab its authority, we can see the host is in the authority, and there's also demonstrating the helper method, the convenience method host as string, and then path query and fragment parts, and then generating is just the opposite. So we have a default URI, we add the scheme to it, we build up an authority with the host in it, we set that, then we set the path query and fragment, and then we can get, with toString, we can get the string out. So yeah, I haven't done authority yet. I'm doing URI right now. So in here, since the top level kind of already gave the synopsis of what a URI was, I didn't bother to have that RFC link again. I thought it would be more important to go into like... Oh, dog barking. Hold on a second. Yep, someone just got home from school, so the dog be a barking. I have a little halo above my head because of some light behind me. In Rust Standard Docs, the commas are flipped in the assert equal. Flipped, huh? Oh, you mean like those backticks? The dog's barking, sorry, hold on. Let me quiet that dog down. I'm not climbing the dog, someone else is. Okay, so to get rid of this halo, I gotta actually fix the shutter. I'll be right back. Hey, guess who I have? Special guest. It's a doggy. It's a dog that you sometimes hear barking. Yeah, sometimes. Like, maybe more like all the time. It's like assert equal API call result. You're doing assert equal... Oh, the backwards? Yeah, I tend to do that because that's just a habit from working with Google Test. So if I do... I really should switch to this one now that I'm on stream. Google Test. Primer. Yes, so they usually have where is it? Oh, they have it backwards too? For me? Maybe I am backwards. I thought it was expected comma actual, not actual comma expected. So maybe I need to reverse them. Maybe I've been backwards the whole time. And by the way, hello, Naragara. I should give you a point because I never really noticed that. I thought it was the other way around. Yeah. Those examples show like both? What do you mean both? Oh, there are examples where they do left, right, and there's other times they do right, left. Yeah. I guess I'm in the habit of doing... I should move this now. Let's move this to Chrome. And yeah, we'll just dismiss that. I guess I've been used to doing it expected actual. I think for here, I don't know. I think I'm just going to stick to it because I'm used to it, and it doesn't really matter, right? And I actually did find a bug with URI parse. They didn't handle their side being on the right. There's actually a bug about that I don't know if they ever fixed. Hey there, Marco Dev. How are you doing today? Your PhD in yak shaving? Yeah, I'm working on my master's degree in yak shaving myself. Okay, let me keep going here. So, what else did I want to say here? Oh yeah, I was talking about how I, for the URI type itself, Rally Monkey, that's 2 years with Twitch Prime. Thank you for the sub, Rally Monkey. How are you doing today? Yeah, for the URI type itself, I wanted to get into why we sometimes have slice references and sometimes have strings, and the fact that the URI components might have non-UTF-8 byte sequences. So that's why we have these convenience methods like path as string, query as string, host as string, and then we just have the, when we are dealing with authority host, we have to do it as bytes. Okay, this is probably good enough for the type URI, so let me move on. Maybe just go by what kind of warnings I have. What's the next warning? I guess it's this one, so return the authority, if any, of the URI. All right, next function. Okay. Determines if the URI contains an absolute path or not. Actually, it's the other way around. It contains a relative path. Or, rather than an absolute path. Let's just say it that way. Fragment. When I say return, I shouldn't say that. I should say borrow. Borrow the authority, if any, of the URI. That's what we should say. Okay, so then that means I should use the same word down here. Borrow the fragment, if any, of the URI. Spell it correctly, please. Okay. Okay, here's the helper, the convenience method to convert into a string. Convert the fragment, if any, into a string. Since, well, and then there's supposed to be a section, right? And they're going to tell me which section I need. Errors. I want to look at the documentation about how I'm actually supposed to construct that. And I need to find that again. Where was that? Was that in the Rust docs? No. Rust documentation errors. I think it was actually I think it was in the reference. Really? I can't search for that? I have to remember which chapter it was in. Which chapter were you in? Were you not in the reference at all? I shouldn't have closed that other window. Oh well. Rust documentation. Was it in? No. Comments. I think it maybe would have been, it was in here. Yeah. Cargo doc. Here we go. I found it. Hey there, Great Jack. Yeah, here we are. Doc comments, stock attributes. And this is the better one. Oh, it was in the book. Chapter 14. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to scroll down till I find the errors. I thought it was here. Actually, this looks a lot different. Maybe it's in one of these other references. Rust doc book. It's probably a better one anyway. How to write documentation. Advanced features. This isn't the one. I'm gonna keep searching. Is it the reference documents? This might have been it. I don't see it though. I'm searching for where they define where they there was a document I was looking at earlier that had a really good explanation of each of these sections. Was it this one? This might have been it. Example, and then there. I want to see where they talk about errors. This is not it either. They don't cover errors. It might have been here. I just skipped over too quickly. Oh, here we go. Really, I just have to have a section called errors? Okay. Errors. Since fragments may contain non-UTF-8 byte sequences, this function may return a specific error. Let me go look for it. It was cannot express as UTF-8. This function may return actually, is that even going to be linkable from here? And it's not even linkable. I should probably export that, right? Yeah, then need to export that probably. So pub use crate error. And then it should appear. Find better examples in the API guidelines and the documentation chapter. Okay. In that same book. If you guys hear yelling, that's because people in my house like to yell at each other. Rather than walk to the room that each other are in, they'll just yell around the house. Don't know what it's like at your house, but that's how it is here. Okay. Another book. Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured. I was in the wrong book. If I reload here, it will appear, right? Yeah, now I can click it. Aha. So that's what I want. I want that link. It's a little too long. Just see what that looks like. Why did that not work? Did I not run the right command here, cargo doc? And did I not reload here? Oh, there it is. So that should be clickable now. There we go. Play safe and never send links. Yeah, probably a good thing to... you can link here if it's relevant to what we're doing. If it's not relevant though, then I don't know. You know, see if it... Well, it's I've been taking on a case-by-case basis. I don't think I have... Actually, I turned up auto mod, so it might block things by default. I don't remember though. All right, I'm just gonna keep going. Get through this. All right. This is borrow the host portion of the trying to think if I should have a link here of the authority of the URI, if any. Oh yeah, the link did work. Is that what I was looking for the whole time? Thank you very much for that. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Yes. Okay, so it's just, they just say use text. Yeah, thank you, Grey Jack. Yeah, I wanted to have the errors publicly documented and available. Now, why is this? Oh, because it's not a true doc comment. There we go. I want to kind of use this same template here. Convert the host portion of the authority into a string. Since host names may contain none, blah, 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 we're going to return that. Okay, keep going. Is relative reference. Isn't that the opposite of is, or the other one? Contains relative path? Oh no, this is it's relative reference, not relative path. Yeah, okay. Okay. How did I phrase it up of here? Determines if. Yeah. Determines if the URI is a relative reference. And let's find the link to it in RFC 3986. A better name is host toString. Naming conventions as is used by free conversions. So I don't know if it makes a difference, but in mine, it actually constructs a new one, so it's doing a memory allocation. So I don't know if that is an important distinction. Like it's not, like you use the word free, do you mean like free as in does not allocate memory? Because this one does. And I wanted that to be obvious by the fact that it's returning a value and not a reference. It's not borrowing from anything, it's making a new one. So I don't know if that I don't know if that has a distinction between that and I do have the toString implemented for format. I don't know if it's an important distinction or not. Determines if the URI is a relative reference as defined by this. It would be here. Relative ref. As defined in RFC 3986 section what? Section 4? Section 4.2? 4.2. And we'll have a big link here for that. 4.2, this link. A relative reference has no scheme, but may still have an authority, right? Yeah, still may have an authority. Don't know if we need to say that, but is that a match called I Spy. Are we using the regex today? Oh, they're right here. There was a name that one of my viewers gave to that. I don't remember what it was, but it's just a pattern match in Rust. So if the path is what? It is something that can be referenced as a vector of bytes, right? So if that, or array of vectors to bytes, if that array of vectors of bytes looks like that, so it's a segment and 0 or more other things, and that first segment is empty, then it'll match that and return true. Otherwise, it's a false. I kind of like the way matches look, as opposed to if-lets, which is another way I guess you could do it, especially when we have these conditionals attached to the patterns. Very first topic talks about as, to, and into. In the same link, you can see a naming chapter. Okay. I guess I should read that and then adjust. So you're saying in here, a naming chapter. Too much space there. Aha. Oh. So I should be using 2 because it is expensive, because we're going to an owned non-copy type, right? I see. Okay, I can conform to the naming conventions. We could do that. I'll just do a global search replace then, and we'll be done. Oh, well, let's not mix it with these other check-ins. I should probably just check in what I have so far and then make that other change. Right? Or I can do this after. I can do that after I do the documentation. Let's do that. So, fixed naming convention of functions which are returning owned strings. So as string goes to string. Okay. Hold on a second. I need to go ask someone something. Sorry, I just had a quick question and I got the answer. All right, so then after I finish the documentation, I'm going to come back and fix the naming convention and give GreyJack another point. All right, so then this one will apply the, let's look up what it is. I referenced it here, right? Yeah. I had it right here, I just blind. Apply this one. Apply the remove dot segments routine talked about in RFC. So that's, let's find that and give a better link to it. It's here in 522. 522. Section 522, link. Paste. To the path segments of the URI in order to normalize the path. Apply and remove. Yeah, exactly. It's talked about but not defined, right? Well, 5.2.4. What if I just make it more general and say it's 5.2? And I don't need to repeat this, right? There was a reason I broke this up into 2 parts, wasn't there? Because resolve has to do it, that's why. Yes. Hold on. Oh, that's constructing the new path. That's what that's doing. Okay. Got it. Okay, I don't know where I was. I was up here somewhere. I was right here. I wonder if I should have examples here. I should probably have examples. And all of these need to have an extra slash, don't they? All right. Hey there, good morning, Xander AG. And I forgot to say hi to Rally Monkey. It's because Rally Monkey took a minute or so to say hi after the raid thing, and I got sidetracked. Sorry about that. Okay, so examples here. I had them in my unit test, right? Why don't I just borrow from that? Yeah. I'll just pick one of these that had the G in it. I like that one. This one. Pull that line up here. And the code for it. Sure. And I'll clean up the code for it right here. So let URI parse this. And then I don't need to do these asserts. I can just do the unwrap. And then make it mutable in one step. And then normalize and then assert that we get /a/g for the path. Okay. So I need a little prefix for that, don't I? So I just do a cargo test here. It's going to give me an error, right? It says not found in scope. I have to do, see if I can do this from memory. It's extern create URI and then use URI. Yeah. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, okay, so that was... Which one? This one, normalize. Let's see if my link works. My link worked, sort of. Cool. All right. Maybe better in examples to use question mark instead of unwrap. I don't know. This should never fail. So I figure unwrap is just because we know it will never fail. Same thing here. Would it work in the example? I guess I guess we can. See if it works. Oh no, it wants me to put it into I have to put it into a function then, something like function test that returns result error, right? And then I have to, do I have to put braces around this stuff? I think I do. And that would work? No, it still doesn't work. Not found in scope. Oh, shoot. I guess I could just say URI error. Who cares? Don't need to import it. Oh, and then with an OK at the end. Yeah, so I could do it that way with this extra stuff around it. Does that look better? Yeah, by default it's a main, and so main doesn't return a result, so it, I suppose that looks better, right? I don't know. I could go either way. I guess this is more concise, and so it's just it's going to emphasize the stuff I care about. Doesn't need to be main. I think. Oh, I interpreted your last comment to be that it uses main by default. Yeah, that's my understanding. Is that if you don't have this stuff around it, it puts it into a main by default, but main doesn't return a result, so that's why I couldn't use question mark. So I had to put it into a function that returns a result. It would be cool if I didn't need to do that. If the Rust doc was smart enough to do that, but it doesn't look like it is, right? It'll say that it should return result or option to accept that. So it's putting it inside of a main there, which is too bad. So I got to do that stuff. That's fine. We can do that. No problem. Moving on. Okay, normalized path. That's not a public function, so we're going to skip it. Parse. This is an important one, so I should probably go into a little bit more detail about it. So this is attempt to break apart the given string into, well, attempt. I don't want to use the word parse, so I'm going to use a synonym here. Generally agree that unwrap and examples influence users to use unwrap. Yeah, so this is maybe a more positive influence. Don't just unwrap and panic. Attempt to not break apart. Or I guess I don't know. I'm undecided. Attempt to separate the given string. How do I say it this way? Attempt to convert the given string into a URI. Well, how about interpret the given string as a URI? Separating its various components, sure. Errors. Can I just make him a list here? Because there are all sorts of errors I'd like to tell the user about. So we won't get that one, but we will get empty scheme. I think. We get empty scheme where? In checks, right, if you start with a colon, right? So, yeah, we'll say, how did I document errors before? Okay, let's just repeat that. And then put empty scheme instead. Empty scheme. Did you end dash? I like end dashes. Said the main cannot return result, but it sure You sure it can? I didn't know that. Really? But the main that they inject doesn't return result. Okay, so why don't they detect the return value that they should have and then insert that? Interesting. I'll give you another point because I stand corrected. Main can return a result, but the main that they provide doesn't. Errors. This is returned for. This was returned if the URI begins with an empty scheme. This is returned for invalid URIs beginning with empty schemes such as colon slash www.example.com. And then another error. Illegal character. Actually, can we get illegal characters from parsing? Yes. Yes, because if it's not percent, there are lots of places where this can happen, right? And dash. This is returned if this is returned for invalid URIs containing characters which are not permitted in the context in the context not permitted in the context where they are encountered. For example, I don't know, I need to actually just come up with an example. How come I can't come up with an example off the top of my head? I'll just look at the syntax and find one. Where is the syntax? It's like in chapter 3 or something like that, right? Yes. So let's just go to query since everyone knows what a query is, right? A query is either a path character or a slash or a question mark. So then what is not permitted? Whatever is maybe not in pchar or slash or question mark. Unreserved percent encoded sub delimiter colon or @ sign. What's something obviously extra then? Like exclamation point? That's a sub delimiter. Oh, no. Why am I having such a hard time thinking about this today? I mean, here it is. What's a character that's not in here? $sign? No, $sign's a sub delimiter. Looking at my keyboard. I guess caret isn't in here, right? That character is illegal. It's just having a caret. www.example.com question mark eat my caret. My attempt at really bad humor. Okay. Next error. percent encoding. This is returned for this. I'm being very verbose in this, right? How do I contract this a bit? How about say URIs? Beginning with an empty scheme, continue character. Yeah, let's just say URIs. Let's just say URI begins. URI contains a character, which is not permitted in the context where it was encountered. Okay, URI contains an invalid or contains an incorrect percent encoding, such as, I don't know, www.example.com question mark foo equals percent GG. That's not valid. All right, what's next? Illegal port number? URI contains, well, an invalid port number. So I can have two examples, such as http www.example.com : 655 or 99999. That's a case where the number's too big, and let's have one that's not even a number. Foo. We're not ending in dots with this. Let me see what the documentation looks like so far. Okay, my in dashes are looking good. These lead to the correct places. I wonder if I should move these descriptions to these errors. That would probably make more sense, right? Yeah, and then I can just have a single link to the error type. Okay, yeah, let's do that. There are many ways to screw up a URI string, and this function will let you know what's up by returning a variant of the error. Type. Okay, now let me copy these to the right places. So I'm going to be switching to error here, right? And then this is going to say documentation missing exactly. So put that there, right? Yeah, I like that. Let's do that instead. So this goes here. Ah, wrong key. All right, illegal percent encoding goes here. Port number there. All right, and then I can remove all this. Okay, and then let's have a placeholder here. What are we going to say here? This is the enumeration of all the different kinds of errors which this crate may this crate generates. All right, fill this one in. one or more components of the URI contains non-UTF-8 sequences, contains a non-UTF-8 sequence. So the overall contains a non-UTF-8 sequence. Let's just say it is that. Contains a non-UTF sequence, and so cannot be converted to a Rust string. Okay, let's keep it like that. All right. Octet group expected. Let me find exactly where this happens. I think it's where we have... No, that's something else. Why do I have octet group expected, but then invalid decimal octet? I don't know why I have the description different. This is if it doesn't parse as a 8-bit integer. Okay, so we should just say that. URI contains an IPv4 address with one or more parts that one or more in, I don't know how to say. Hey there, Crumpet. I'm doing a really hard part, which is writing words in English. How are you today? It's called documentation. Okay, URI contains an IPv address with one or more bad parts, such as HTTP colon 127.0.0.256 or HTTP colon / 27. This is, we get into validate IPv4 address from two different places, right? Oh, wait. Yeah, we get it. It's only within the context of an IPv6 address, so then I have to... Yeah, okay. So these technically aren't illegal. I have to put it in the context of an IPv6 address like that. And, I'll just find the unit test this happened in. Yeah, I'll just do this one. I'll just keep it at one example. I should have the entire URL, shouldn't I? A URI. There we go. Words in English hard. English hard. No words. Bad words. Too few address parts. URI contains an IP address with missing parts, such as... And again, leverage my own unit test to find case where we ran into that. I guess that's this one. Sure. Such as... That's me hitting the wrong key. All right. Here it contains an IP address with too many parts, such as something else. Sure, I like the examples because they all look similar to each other. URI contains IPv6 address with too many digits, such as something. Oh, I don't have an example for this? Oh, wow. Okay, let's make up one. Yeah, let's go back to where I had these. Let's take this and just add an extra digit. I should just add a test case, shouldn't I? Like that. And then otherwise make it a valid one. Like that. This would be too many digits. Make sure that that's correct. Yeah, okay. So there we go. There's the one with too many digits in it. Ramu goes pop. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, / is for documentation. Yep. They talk about that at the top of this section, I think. That normal comments in Rust have 2 slashes, but the documentation comments start with 3 slashes. That's similar to other languages too. You can do that with Doxygen and C code, I think. All right, so this URI actually starts off pretty much the same. Contains an IP address with more than one double colon, such as, and then this one. URI contains an IPv6 address that is obviously truncated, such as something. Yeah, because there's an extra. There's a. I shouldn't have the truncated. That's truncated because it shouldn't end in a colon like that. What the? Yeah, we're doing documentation day, Jalapeno USD. I'm finishing the Rust port of my URI library, and I'm just missing the documentation right now. All right, the error class is completely documented. Let's see how it looks. Cargo doc. Reload this guy. Okay, so then when I go to errors, I mean, it's not pretty, but it is. We do have them here. I don't think I should have dots on all the ends of those, though. I think that that's good enough. Where's the game? The game is there. I'm working on it at some point in the future again. I want to move stuff that goes into the game to Rust. All right, so yeah, so I'm going to be working on a lot of low-level Rust programming for the next few weeks at least. If you're hoping to see me work on this game, I probably won't get back to the game dev stuff for a while. So my apologies if that's what you're here for. We'll get back to this once I build up the stuff I want to build in Rust. All right, where am I with the docs? Back up here? Right here, I think. What's the last one we did? Parse, yeah. Okay. This should say something like, interpret the given string as you are separating its various components, returning a URI value containing on them. Yes. The level Rust sounds boring? Well, I'm sorry. That's what it's going to be, though, for a while. You got to work on the boring stuff to get to the fun stuff. What's the next after URI? Yeah, I'm building it towards the web server stuff. So the next, I think, would be, just like I did originally in the development, there's a natural progression that you make when you're building this stuff from scratch. Like I did 2 years ago, once I finished up the URI thing, then I did MessageHeaders, and that was really quick, right? And then I can skip the UTF-8 and system abstractions because Rust does that for me. I think I jumped straight to web server from there. So there's going to be like maybe a day or two where I do MessageHeaders, and then it's going to be web server, and then it'll start to get fun again because we'll be able to set up you know, test web servers and stuff like that. I don't need to do JSON because we'll just use CERD for that. I think I will do my own WebSocket stuff though. So it's probably going to be this progression. So URI we're finishing up now, then I'm doing message headers, and then it's probably just going to be HTTP, and then a web server, web client, and web sockets, and then back into the game at some point. I think that's going to be the progression. This is harder because there's a lot of funny little corner cases for it. This is going to be very straightforward. This is going to be more fun because it's web stuff, and then that just, these allow me to build that, and this is an add-on for these two. And then once I have that and these two, the game is written straight on top of those, so we'll be able to take the various pieces of the game and rewrite them in that. If I wanted to go that far, I still haven't decided how much I'm going to rewrite versus just use for new stuff. All right. What's next? Yeah, so if you think low-level Rust is boring, we're doing documentation, which is even more boring. Double boredom for this stream. Okay, but you're just here to hear the sound of my voice, right? I could be reading from War and Peace, and you'd still be. I'm just kidding. Okay. So what is this doing? All right, this is borrow the path component of the URI, and then we should say something about why. Why is the path, well, let's just say the path is represented as basically as a vector of byte vectors. Vector of vectors, two-dimensional vector. One. The segments are pieces of the path between the slashes. 2. The bytes that make up each segment. Byte vectors are used instead of strings because segments may contain non-UTF-8 sequences. Just out of curiosity, how does that look on the HTML? Reload that guy. Okay. It doesn't look. It looks too bad. It doesn't look too bad. I don't know about using 1 and 2 though. So this is where I get really picky. I probably shouldn't spend so much time nitpicking, but I do. Reload. That's fine. Okay, I should also say something like leading and trailing slashes in the path are special cases represented by extra empty vectors, empty segments at the beginning and or end of the path. For example, actually I could just have examples. Yeah, I can have examples in the form of text, right? Text. So we'll say slash foo bar is byte string foo byte. Well, let's just keep them as strings. Note. The examples below show strings, not byte vectors, simply to be more readable. All right, it's just just at convenience. So /foo/bar would be empty string foo bar. Foo/bar/ would be foo bar empty string. And then I should just be complete, right? Leading and trailing. And then just a slash would be one entry. And then empty string is an empty vector. There we go. How does that look? I should probably line these up, because in documentation we sort of want to see them lined up, right? And that's not consistent. That looks nice. I like that. All right, let's move on. Now, what language did I use in the other methods where you did as string? Let me just copy that. Yeah. Convert, that's what I used. Convert the path portion of the URI into a string. Error since path segments, thank you for the follow. Sorry that is the boring stream, but that's what's going to be. Since path segments may contain non-UTF-8 sequences, function may return. Okay, that's all I need to say, right? Okay, next. Return a copy of the port, if any. Port portion? Port contained in the URI? That's fine. Borrow the, well, what do we say for fragment? I want to use like consistent language. Oh, that's all I said? Borrow the fragment, so borrow the query. All right. And the fragment as string, I'm just gonna, it'll go faster this way anyway. Query as string, paste, convert the query, since queries may contain blah, blah, blah. Okay, good. Resolve. Okay, I'm just gonna move the comment here up. Resolve the given reference applied to the URI by following the algorithm from that section. From, let's just consolidate. This is RFC 3986 section that. There. Wait, that doesn't have a section reference. 522, right? Right here. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I hit wrong keys all the time in this stream. Yoink. Resolve the given reference applied to the... Resolve the given... Okay, let's say return a new URI, which is the given reference, which is the result of resolving the given reference applied to the URI, following the algorithm from blah, blah, blah. Let's say applying or applying the given reference to return a new URI, which is a result of applying the given reference to the URI. I don't like this language. Maybe I can look at what language they use in the RFC. Transforming R into its target URI T. For each URI reference R. Converting a URI reference that might be relative to a given base URI. Return a new URI which is... I think this is good enough. It's not any better or worse than they're saying here. It's all hard to understand nerdy stuff anyway. Return a new URI which is the result of applying the given reference to the URI. Let's say relative reference. Then it matches up there. Yeah, that's fine. And this is infallible. Do you guys like my must uses? Why does this exist? Because if we don't have it, it'll warn me that you should have a must use attribute. What the must use attribute is if we were to have code which calls resolve but then ignores the return value, it's a waste of time to call resolve, right? Because if we're not using the return value, why are we calling it? There's no other side effects. So this will tell the compiler that if it ever runs into code which calls resolve and does not use the return value, please generate a compiler warning that has this text in it. And since we could put any kind of text in it, and I figure it's kind of silly to have a string here, I might as well just try to be, put some bad humor in there. Because it should be obvious if you hit that warning. It's like, oh yeah, I forgot to use the return value. So why do we have to have a string here? I guess it's if we want to. Can I actually have one without a string? Maybe if I publish this to crates.io, I would just leave out the string. Yeah, maybe I'll just remove the strings in the end. I don't know. But do I want to say anything else besides that? Probably have an example, right? Because this might not make sense without an example. Did you set Clippy to pedantic? Yes, I did. It is pedantic, which meant I had to allow my non-ASCII literal, because pedantic doesn't like non-ASCII literals. Yeah, I learned today that I only needed to set it once in the crate level, too. I had been setting it in every module, and it was unnecessary to do that. All right, so then let me pull from my own unit tests, right? Where's the resolve section? I guess you just look for resolve. Here it is. What's the interesting looking one? Something like this? That looks interesting. Okay. This is infallible, right? So I don't need a wrapper function for it. I can just do the code right here. So let base equal URI parse this guy. Actually, that part is fallible, so I should have that function wrapper around it, right? Where did I put that? Right here. And put that right there. Cool. All right, so we have a base, and then we need to have a reference, a relative reference, right? URI parse this guy. Okay, then we say let resolved equal base dot resolve relative reference. I think we only borrow the relative reference, right? Yeah. And that is infallible. And then we will assert that it equals this when we make it to string. There we go. Most must-use warning, not that much needed, but sometimes nice to have. Yeah, but what about the string inside? That's almost entirely pointless, right? Other than to make bad jokes. Okay, cargo test. Make sure I got that right. No, I got it wrong. I am missing some syntax. What's wrong here? It's that line, right? Oh, it's up here. Extra line. It's looking at the wrong line. Parse not found. Oh, that's capital URI. There we go. It worked. Great, my example works. How does it look? That looks neat. And this goes to the right place, right? Yes, it does. Okay, I'm happy. Moving on. Scheme. Borrow the scheme of the scheme, if any, component of the URI. You only must use in type definitions. I'm using it wherever Clippy says I need to use it, which is basically any public function that returns something and has no side effect, which is if you borrow self immutably, you can't have a side effect, right? Or at least not to self. All right, so then here's our first setter, right? Change the authority of the URI. That is infallible. Change the fragment of the URI. Change the path of the URI. Change the path of the URI. This is also infallible, but this is more a convenience method to split it up, right? Change the path of the URI. Using a string which is split by its slash characters to determine the path segments. Should I say something about C path for special notes about the path segments? I might as well, right? Should say that for both set path and set path as string. Make sure it's not borrowed with mutable. Oh, you'll anger Clippy? Yeah. That's another thing I like about Rust, is that when you look at something like this, you can just tell by the signature that there are no side effects, right? Because you can't change the self, it's immutable. At least no side effects to self. Conceivably, we might have a, what is it? RC? No, not RC. A ref cell? We might have a ref cell that we then open to mutate. Okay, change the path of the URI. Note. How do people do notes in this documentation format? Are they going to tell me how to do that? Go back to documentation. Can I have, does note look different? It's just release notes. Nope, no special notes. I'm just going to say note. C path, which is a relative link to path, which is here. Method path. C path for special notes about what the segments of the path mean. I'll put that in both. All right. Change the query of the URI. Change the scheme. This is fallible here. So let's have errors. The set of characters allowed in the scheme of a URI is limited. Error specifically illegal character. I think that's what we end up getting, right? Because that's what check scheme will emit. A illegal character context scheme. I wonder if I should probably expose context, right? Because that comes out, that's visible at the API boundary. Yeah. Okay, link to that, please. That link is returned. If you try to use an illegal character, to use a character that isn't allowed. All right, that's fine. Borrow the user info part, if any, of the URI. Just copying. Should I say something about how it is part of the authority? Yeah, let's say that. If any. So yeah, there are two if any's because there are actually two parts where you can get a none. You can get a none here and you can get a none here because it might be none here. Should I say that here? Probably. Note that you can get none if either there is no authority in the URI or if forgetting my English, you put either there or there. Probably there. If note that you can get none if there is either no authority in the URI or there is an authority in the URI, but it has no user info in it. There we go. I want to say that. I'm missing something up here. What is it? I'm getting a warning around here somewhere. I don't see where the warning is. I just see it's colored differently behind chat that you can't see. Oh, it's just a search. I'm stupid. Okay. I mean, I'm not stupid. I'm just didn't see that. All right. We're done with this module, I guess. Moving on to authority. What is an authority? You got to respect it, right? This represents, let's see what the RFC says about it. Authority. Governance of the namespace defined by the remainder of the URI's delegated authority. Okay. This is a part of a URI which governs the namespace I don't like the wording of that. This is the optional part of a URI which governs the namespace. I think it's really just the path, really, right? The remainder of the URI is really just the path, and the query and fragment are extras to that. Can we just say the namespace of the URI? The URI's namespace? Yeah, namespace. It typically contains a host name or IP address and may also include a port number and or user info component. That's fine, right? Host. Borrow the host name part of the authority. Borrow the port number. And then I want to put this down on user info before we continue. All right. Setters. Change the user info part of the authority. Host name. Port number. Okay, parse is fallible, and I kind of want to steal from my other parse function. This one. Interpret the given string as the authority component of a URI, separating its various subcomponents, returning an authority value containing them. There are many ways to screw up the authority component of a URI. Authority part. And this function will let you know what's up by returning a variant of error. That's exactly what it will do. All right, I'm done. Done with that. Okay, I wanted to open up context, I think. Yeah. And I want to look and see, do I need to open up any other part? All the other stuff is internal, right? So I just need to document context. Okay. This enumerates the various places where an error might occur parsing a URI. What am I porting it from? C++. I wrote it first in C++ a couple years ago, and now I'm porting it to C++. I mean, to Rust. And hey, by the way. Also, hello, SilentZ. Forgot to say hi. Yeah, so it's in the same GitHub. GitHub.com/Rhymeaway354 URI. It's in the same repository, and in fact, the files are right here. And the original is really messy C++. Yeah, ported it to Rust because I'm moving to Rust. Okay, I just need to document the variants, don't I? The error, I guess we'll just use complete sentences. The error occurred while parsing the fragment of the URI. I don't need to have this language, right? Do I really need to document this stuff? How about just say the fragment? The host name. I don't know what to document here and actually have it be adding anything. I guess I can have an example. Such as foo in http:// www.example.com. Well, let's have Baz here. Foo bar Baz. That'll be my example that I reuse. Yeah, we'll have a complete sentence. Yeah. And thank you for the follow. What languages am I in? I use a bunch of different languages. It depends on what kind of thing I'm making and what I'm interested in doing. Right now I'm learning Rust, so I'm most interested in practicing with that. But sometimes I'll be doing JavaScript. What human languages am I in? English. This is the host name of the URI, such as this part. All right. I'll skip these for now, and we'll do path. This is the path of the URI, such as /foo. Okay, query. This is the query. So the query part is !bar. Scheme. This is the scheme of the URI, such as HTTP. And then for user info, we have to add one, right? So here we'll have like nobody at. So this will be nobody. And then for those, whoops, how did I get there? For, these are more exotic here. So IPv4 address is only within an IPv6 address. So I need to go refer to my unit test for that, right? Way down here, I had some. Yeah. So like right here. Put that here, such as that in that. Okay. This is the IPv4 portion of the IPv6 host name in the URL. All right, so let's just pick that. Okay, IPv6, so I think we'll just use the same example, but say this is the IPv6 host name, so we'll use the entire one. And put that there. And let me add some stuff at the end here. Just to make it, I keep hitting the wrong key, I hate that. Foo bar Baz. To make it clear that we're just looking at that part. Okay, and then I need an even more exotic one, which is an example of a future. I have that somewhere. Where do I have valid IPv future? Around here somewhere. If I just search for it, it's going to be v something. //v. These are all good ones, right? These are barely legal. How about a really truly legal one? I don't have any. Okay, we'll just pick one like this. So there we go. And let's elaborate on it. Yeah, so just be that. This is the IP future. What do they call it in here? Is it IP-future? IP literal. Oh, wait. A host could be an IPv4 address? I think I ended up collapsing those two when I parsed them, right? Because this is a subset of that, and that's why I didn't worry about it. So they do say it's that. All right, we'll just leave it like that. Okay, I'll document it. Let's do cargo test. Cargo doc. How many warnings? No warnings. No test failures. What does it look like? Let's go to the top. Can I go to the top of this crate? Where's my crate top? Here we go. Learning Rust now. Before it was C, Python, currently Elixir, Priest. Yeah. Well, I think learning English grammar is a lifelong process. I struggle with it even though I've been speaking it for a long, long time. All right, so we have a nice introduction, and I should be able to click on, yeah, so we have your, okay, let's go to authority first. Should I have an example here? This seems kind of empty. I think I should have an example in authority at the top. Examples. I suppose it's a subset of the examples at the top of this module, right? So I could just parse directly from an authority and get some, yeah, let's just do that. So we'll pull from here. So we're just going to use authority. And it's just going to be, let's make it more complete. Nobody at example.com colon 8080. Because we can. And then, oh, there we had the old unwrap stuff. I should probably fix that while I'm at it, right? With the question mark ones. This stuff. So I need this junk around it. Let me fix the top of URI first. So, paste. Right around here. And then remove this and move this down to here. And then turn all these unwraps into question marks. That's nice. My English also varies about how much I've had to sleep. Also, if I have gotten too focused on what I'm doing, I think my English suffers. Or if I've been looking at the same words for too long. Okay, so all of these unwraps can go away, right? All right, so then I don't need this. And then I don't need this or this or this or this. I can just repeat these. So then it's nobody as bytes is the authority's user info. And then this should have a sum around it though, because it is optional. And I don't remember if I can do that or not. I might have do an as ref here or as dref. I can't remember. I'll let the test fit tell me. So this is just sum 8080 for the port. Let's test it. Cargo test. Nope, I got something wrong. Oh, I don't have the... No, I do have the error in there. Couldn't convert to an error. Where? Wait, what? Oh, the other module. Oh, that's a different unwrap. That's because it might be a none. And that doesn't turn into an error. I guess we can say, or error or something. Yeah, we can't convert from a none error. Let's just leave that one as an unwrap. For now. Cool, so it did pass. That one passed. Great. Got it on the first try. Okay, so then what else do we want to say about it? Maybe show building in another authority? Kind of like what I did here. Parsing, okay. Parsing an authority. It's like kind of like a subset of a URI, so I might as well do the same kind of convention here. I have an example of parsing and then have an example of generating. So then I'll just copy this segment and we're going the other way around. So make a default authority and attach host name. And we're going to want to attach user info. Some nobody. I think I can do it that way. It's convertible. And then I need us a port. Authority.set port 8080. And then similar to how this works, it's formatable. So it becomes this string up here, down here. Only it's authority, not URI. Okay. Nope, got something wrong. Oh, that has to be a sum, because you could do a none. See, I love it that it tests it for me. Okay, so that has to be a, why do I have that? That doesn't even belong there. Yeah, that has to be a as bytes. I'll probably need to do the same thing. Oh no, that's only because it's inside of a sum. I remember that part. That was a shortcoming of that, right? Not even as bytes, right? It has to be 2vec. Because it wants a vector. Did I get that wrong? Yeah, they are cryptic. I'm getting them faster. I do program for a living. I've been programming for 25 years. 26 years now, because that command is 2 years old. All right, set. Where will I find this? Post. Oh, it's just a string? What am I looking at? No, user info. Oh, I never did that one. Shoot. Set user info. Oh no, I do have it. Oh, you have to do a map into. Right, because it's an option. Yeah, it's one of those funny ones where you have to map it into the type that it needs to be inside the sum. It's sort of like a little wordy thing that I have to do. No? Yes. Yeah, so like figuring this stuff out was more time consuming for me like a month ago, but as I get into it, I kind of know what I'm doing. Reload. Hey, look, it looks nicer now. Parsing authority into components generating. Yeah, I think that makes sense. This is how you turn that into these pieces, and this is how you take those pieces and turn it into that. And then these are mostly boring. The most interesting one, I guess, is the parse. Because you might have an error. All right. And what else can I see from here? Context? I never looked at this. I'm not going to double check and read everything. I'm just going to say that I'm done. I want to work on something more interesting, so I think I'm just going to wrap it up. These warnings are not my warnings. It has something to do with what Cargo is doing with some of the dependencies I have. It's like different versions of dependencies for some reason. I'm not sure why. Like 021 and 010. I don't know why we have different versions of dependencies. This is a known bug where multiple crates with the same use the same path. See that issue? I wish they would just fix the issue. All right, we're passing everything. Let's check it in. We're going to say add documentation. Is there anything I did besides adding documentation? Any bug fixes that I forgot to check in? These all look like doc strings to me. Okay, there, that's different. So let's pull that out for a second. Show, no, unstage. Yeah, unstage that for now. Okay, this is new, so unstage that one. I just want to check in the doc strings for now. Yeah. Got promoted there. That got promoted. Okay. Add documentation. Rust. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so this change was to make the context and error types public. I should double check that there isn't anything else I might need public. Okay, so this is add test case to test, add test vector to test the too many digits. Yeah, that test case. Somehow I missed that one. Push that. All right. I think I'm done with URI. What did I say I was going to do after doing that? Fix a naming convention. Okay, so I'm not done. This should be a pretty quick search and replace though, right? As string, and it needs to go to string. I think it's all my methods. Just all of these need to change, right? I think so. I can just change these globally. I just want to make sure that I got them, right? That don't mess it up. Yeah, I think it's just to string and then do it, right? And then cargo doc, cargo clippy, cargo test, everything still works. All right, now it's to string. We do 12-hour run trying to beat the issue, then debug. Finally, it all works out like we want to. Yeah, I love it when I finally find the root cause of a problem. It's kind of boring to me when I don't find a problem, or if I find a problem and it isn't too hard enough. Which is probably why I'm coding in Rust now, because I want problems that are difficult. Try to make my life more difficult than it is. Okay, so this is fix issue with naming. Okay, so then let's have a reference back to the original document that talks about this, the naming convention. There's a section for to string, right? The to here. I can make an anchor. I want to make that anchor. So see that. So use to prefix instead of as for functions which create values. Expensive. Hey, the F word, hello. Interesting name. All right, I'm just finishing up this library. I'm going to working on something else very soon. Git garbage collect and push. How long have I been programming in years? I have a nice answer for that. About 26 at this point. I did another consulting gig for a month and a half that I just finished last week, and that was also in audio. I'm Monka S awaiting your question. All right, I'm going to figure out what next to do. I said before that after I'm done with the URI, I think I was going to move on to the Hey, Squared, how are you doing? Why I have a code journey? Yeah, some questions get asked a lot, yeah. I think after I was done with the URI, I would go on to message headers, right? So I think that's what I'm going to add to my plan. So move on to porting message headers from C++ to Rust. This library ought to go really quick, though. It's ready to go to crates.io now, A-Squared. I just don't know how to publish it. I have to research how to publish it. Yeah, it's already with documentation and everything. See? Look at this nice documentation. I even have working tested examples. It's more that I just need to read about how to do it. And I bet you when I publish it, I'll get like 1 million bug reports. There it is. There, Kamundine, thank you for the link. You've been programming for about 18 years, so you've come to the point where instead of programming, you start developing something and then look for ways to optimize what you programmed. Like you're in an endless optimization loop, you can't get out of it. I haven't really run into that because I'm not that interested in optimizing, really. It used to be that optimization was really important because computers had limitations that you'd hit pretty quickly. Nowadays, it's really hard to hit problems where you need to optimize unless you're in like a sort of a more complex environment, like you're making a high performance game or you're doing a very, very elaborate computational algorithm. For like making a website, like unless you're like doing it for like a multi-million-dollar company and you need to reduce the delay to like make it ultra fast, I don't think optimization is that important. Like on my game, I haven't done any optimization and it runs pretty well. Actually, that's not true. I did have to do some optimization, but I didn't have to do a whole lot of optimization. I did maybe 2 or 3 days of it over the last couple of years. So for me, it's not as interesting because it doesn't often present itself as a problem to me. I'm more interested in implementing things like these protocols, right? Something is specified. Hey, this is how you parse something, and I'm just fascinated by like what would go into. I mean, it's not for everybody, but for me, I'm fascinated by what would be the work to go about to break up a URI into these parts, and what are all the different rules and corner cases, and then I also like that I can, once I've finished with this, it becomes a building block for bigger things. So that's what I end up chasing down, is endlessly implementing new things, endlessly implementing things that have largely already been done, but I'm just doing it myself. Make it work, make it nice, make it fast. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's also reflected by my order of operations. Where is that file? That I usually am implementing first, and then sometimes I go back and refactor, and hardly ever do I get to number 3 where I work on optimization. So I guess it depends on what you really find interesting. If you like optimization, you'll naturally gravitate to step 3. You'll work on something to get it to look right, and then you'll spend a lot of time, making it as fast as possible because that's what you enjoy doing. Yeah, I'm the nerd that implements all the RFCs. Exactly to spec. Yeah, yep, you got it, A-Squared. You understand me perfectly. Add a license and description. I do have a license already. Maybe we should just do this. Right? Let's read it. Publish is permanent. See, that's what scares me. I hate it when people say things are permanent. Like it's going to go on your permanent record. I hate that. You'll need an account. I don't want to mess with creating accounts while I'm streaming, so I'll do that later. Yeah, I need to pick a name that isn't reserved. And then I should look into the metadata that I can include. So license file. I already have a license. Maybe we can just do license file then. Yeah, I can just do license file, right? Why don't I just add that right now? because I have it there. It's license.txt. So here, where am I supposed to add that? Under package. All right, good. License file license.txt. If I can spell it right. Okay, license file done. Are there any tiny functions that are small utils are basically in this? Might be a good idea to inline them. I don't know. But A squared, you did make me think I probably ought to distribute my unit tests. All my unit tests are in this URI module. Even the ones that deal with like IPv6 addresses, for example, all this junk, that could just be moved to validate IPv6 address module, right? This could have its own this could have its own unit test derived from these vectors. There's no reason for me to lump this in with URI parse. Put in a description as well. Yeah, you're right. Description. Let's just do it since we're here. Does it matter the order of things? I feel like description should go here. Description. Rust, well, Rust is implied. Implementation of IETF RFC 3986. Uniform resource identifiers. URI. Is that too long? Write code with the foresight that someone might see the code instead of writing code to help you achieve the goal you want. And then you look at hours and look for snippets to maybe find something better, even though... Oh. I think you're talking about not step 3, but step 2 then, right? You're maybe trying to make it readable or idiomatic, and you're getting stuck on making it perfect. For me, I just kind of say it's time to move along when I am struggling to find things to make better, or if I just lose interest in it, and I'll go back to step 1 for the next thing. Yeah, I wouldn't call this optimization. I'd call it like making it pretty or polished, or yeah. You're stuck in refactoring then, maybe. Yeah, when I think of optimization, I think of performance. So it's making it faster to execute, whereas this is making it optimized for humans to understand. Yeah, I think if you get stuck on any of these steps and you're not happy, you just got to find some way to break yourself out of it. But hey, if you find happiness from making things readable, then I don't think you're doing anything wrong. If you're happy. If you're not happy, you got to find some trick to break yourself out of it. Maybe find something else to implement, or move on to step 3. Try to make it faster. A little mesh that does a length check, and the other tiny thing might be good. Yeah, you might. Yeah, A squared. That for that example, I think that's just getting too tied down to the details of things. I just try to get out of that and move on to the next thing. Anything else obviously missing here? What's documentation go to? I'll automatically link it to my docs RS page. That's what we want, right? README? Oh, we could have that. Yeah, we should include that, right? And actually, I should update that. So, README. I don't think I've updated this in a while. Yeah, this is just talking about C++, right? Did I update one of these other ones to talk about Rust? I thought I did. Was it this one? I don't remember. I updated one of the things I had to include Rust as well, but I can't remember which one it was. Oh, you're talking about the inline attribute. So I never, A squared, I worked for like a long, long time with C, C++. I never really spent much time with inline because, I don't know, we never needed to do it. My philosophy has always been wait until you find a need to optimize. Like it's too slow it doesn't meet some criteria, or you just want it to be faster for some reason. And I have hardly ever run into that. I did on this stream once or twice with my game. And instead of going to inlines, I look for the low hanging fruit. I went into Visual Studio and I got the what are the hot pads or whatever they call them, the ones that are the functions that are running the slowest, and I improved those until it runs fast enough, and then I stopped. Yeah, like how frequently are we going to be parsing URIs? How important would it be to make the library efficient? I don't know. I guess I'm just not that interested in it to go through and like aggressively inline things. I wanted to find the README that I was updating to include stuff about Rust, because this is all C++ junk. What was it that I updated? The Rust. Maybe I would get some clue from the top level. What was going on at the top level here? Security vulnerabilities. What was this? This isn't even me, is it? This chatterbox. Oh no, that's my thing. Okay, yeah. Add Rust workspace. What was in the cargo toml at the time? UTF-8, yeah. URI. Huh. I can't even remember now. Oh yeah. If you optimize the wrong way, if you optimize for a different compiler or a different environment, yeah, it can be tricky. You might think you're making it faster, and it's actually making it slower. I could have sworn that I updated this, but I didn't. I never did. What would it have been in? Could it have been my game? So let's go over to that. Interesting. Why is it wanting me to pick a kit? Let's pick the correct kit. This one, right? Yes. All right. It would have been Moon Unit, right? That's the one I ported to Rust. Oh, this one's still talking about C++. Okay, now I'm sort of annoyed because I don't remember which library it was. Happens automatically like you're falling or for something? So what are the pressures involved? Is it that you're at a job and your boss or whoever is telling you that you're spending too much time cleaning up the code or something like that? Because then that's just a mismatch between how you feel you should be doing the work and how they feel that you should be doing it. So then that happens all the time, right? That there's always going to be some mismatch, and at some point you have to decide can you deal with it or not, or how much you can push back, I guess. And are they amenable? Are they pliable? But I think that at some point, to some extent, or everyone that does programming work with other people has to put up with that, has to find some kind of compromise between what you put your time into, how much you care about readability, how much churn you put onto some code before you move on versus what other people want. Rust is a tiny bit of make library abstraction zero cost. Okay. Still care about by the compiler. That's where it should be. Like, why should I have to go tell the compiler how to make things fast? That's the compiler's job, right? Isn't it the compiler's job to just make the code the best? It's to take the code that I write and make it execute in the best way within the constraints of my specification in the source. Been self-employed for 8 years. No one has read your code so far because only the end products are used. Well, then really maybe you're holding yourself to a very high standard, maybe too high. That might be part of it. The compulsion to make everything beautiful might come from the fact that you hold yourself to a really high standard. People tend to do that. I do that to myself too. Hold myself to such a high standard that it's like, why don't people appreciate the work? And it's like, well, they don't appreciate the work because they don't have such a high standard. They don't really need it. We're still seeing it require within your code to get the performance, no cross-crate stuff or anything? What? I hope I didn't say something wrong. Now I'm not sure. You have to put a cap on the end if you're being ironic or joking. No, I hold myself to too high of a standard. So I just assume other people do too. Hold themselves to too high. You're your own worst critic. Okay, I'm just in the wrong place here. I'm just gonna give up looking. I'm gonna work on the README as if I had never done this before and shake the feeling that I've done this before. And probably a week from now I'll run into, oh yeah, there's the README that I updated. See ya, LumaCode. Yeah, you have to ask yourself, who are you making the code pretty for? Yourself, or is someone else going to actually read it? For me, it's usually I care about mostly what I'm gonna see a month or a year down the road. And if I'm gonna publish it online, I do care a little bit about other people reading it, but I try not to get caught up in it because, yeah, usually no one else reads it. And if people do and they don't like it, they'll say something about it. At least I hope that they will. Okay, yeah, let's wrap that. Should we say something in here? This is a dual language library. Or, well, I might have a third language in here eventually, right? This is a multi-language library. There are independent implementations here for the following programming languages and or environments. C++, 11, and Rust. And, okay. All right. Problem is, how do I document things like it's that for C++? I guess we can say C++, Rust, and then just repeat this. No, that's gonna, I want it to be mirrored pretty close. The URI class ++11. URI C++ class or URI Rust type. It's used to parse URIs from strings or yeah, exactly. Next one should be Janet. I don't know what you mean by that. Inline enables the function to be inline from other crates. The cost of increased metadata size for your library. Oh, I see. Yeah, it makes sense, because there's wherever you have a boundary, that becomes a roadblock to optimization, right? If you remove all the boundaries, you have like what they call whole program optimization. Definitely close to getting out of this endless loop because you know where to start. Who do you write clean code for? Actually, for nobody, because nobody reads your code. Just don't get depressed by that. You should, for me, it would be, who do I write code for? Mostly myself, and hopefully for others. Until I know for sure what people want, I'll try to set a reasonable expectation on myself, which is to do what I'm capable of doing now and be happy with it. And knowing that I'll learn and to improve later, nothing I would write then becomes permanent. It's just everything is a draft. And that's why we have Git, right? That's why we are allowed to edit our programs after we're done. Even though a version is permanent, you can always make a new one. Okay, so do I want to repeat what I said down here? What if I move this down to here? What if I make this a little bit more abstract? I'll just say the URI type. This is a multi-language library. There are independent implementations here for the following programming. Okay, so what are my dependencies? I guess we'll say for C++, or we can turn this into subsections. Yeah, let's do that. So that becomes this. And then this section goes here. This is a when compiled using a C++. How about for this C++? Let's just leave it at C++. For the C++ environment, what did this used to say? When compile, this is a portable, okay. For the C++ for the C++ environment, this project for the C++ a library is built which depends only on the C++ 11 blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay, so for Rust, a library crate, is it called a library crate, or is it called a crate with a library? It's built as a portable library. Yeah, instead of having how about we say a portable library? Yeah. Library crate sounds about right. For Rust, a library crate is built. Let's look at its dependencies. It actually has dependencies. Depends on name tuple, what cell, and this there. Which depends on a few other crates. Do I want to... I'll just say... please see cargo toml for the dependencies list. And it probably goes without saying how to build it and stuff, right? You wouldn't say that? How about just for C++? Or just, let's just leave the prefix off. And this ought to go, these all go for C++ only. What if I collapse this down a section? Let me think about this. Let's put this up here and then remove this. Yeah. Can I collapse these two? Yeah. And then prerequisites, builds, generation, compiling, linking. Okay, so then Rust is this section. Do I bother saying how to build it and stuff? It's sort of built in the standard way. They're independent? Yeah. For the C++, it doesn't. It is, I did everything from scratch. But with Rust, I chose not to do that, but depend on these, which depend on other things too. I don't even think we need to have this section. Let's just list them here again. I think we're just going to drop this section. I think Rust is self-evident what we do. All this stuff is for how to build in C++. Maybe say, building for C++. Building the C++ implementation. Yes. Then all that other stuff is subsections. Yep, okay. And then, yeah, I like this better. So we can concentrate the important stuff at the top. Yeah, I guess we could say that somewhere. Let's put something here. I can use in dashes right here, right? I forget how to make links within Markdown. For more details. Rust n dash. Do we even need to say anything? You know, I'm going back and forth. I don't think I need to do any of this. I just list the languages. Heading name? Yeah, I'm not going to bother. I should word wrap all these things just because that's my habit. Fit in with the mystical 80 character line. Now, preview on the side. I should say something about Rust. What do people usually put in readmes? Like, for example, if I go to libs and I go to like my competitor, URI parse, and I go to their GitHub page, what do they have for their readme? Where's their GitHub? Here it is. What do they got here? A link to their own documentation, so maybe I should include that. Once I have it in crates, I guess. Nah, I don't know. I don't really feel like writing this right now. Include all the links everywhere. This seems to be just a repetition of what I had in my own in the crate level documentation. So can I just take the crate level documentation and repeat that? Yeah, what if I just take this and put it... yeah, well, let's just have this for now. And then, like this, and this gets indented when there's no text, right? I think. No. I think you don't have the back ticks. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. We've already defined URI, so we can just do that. Maybe move this one down to the bottom. Yeah, thank you, A squared. You got my back. I'll give you some points. This is not really usage. Maybe this needs to be moved up to here. And maybe put this into the usage section. Yeah, I like that better. What else did I have to say here? This I just quickly got to the example, but here maybe I should say something else. Something more wordy. The purpose of this library is to provide the means to parse URIs from their string representations into their various components, and generate, well, and vice versa. Convert URIs from their string representations into their various components and vice versa. Let's just say that. The means of converting. How about between their string representations and their various components? Well, I don't like the way that's worded. Let me redo this. Purposes of this library is to provide a URI type to represent a URI with functions to parse URIs from their string representations, as well as assemble URIs from their various components. I like that. I like that a lot better. Okay. Then this is redundant. Let's say for both. was gonna say like, well, maybe I don't really need to say anything here. What if I remove usage completely? The Rust implementation contains its own what word goes here? Its own embedded documentation. And then at some point, maybe this is a link. Actually, I don't know how I want to do this. The Rust implementation. How did you guys say I should just say this? Like, it's a standard library. It's built as a standard library. The Rust implementation is built as a standard. I don't know. I don't want to say that. How about is built in the standard way, and say cargo build contains its own embedded documentation, something like that. Typical may be a better word. I already went backwards on that anyway. I don't know if I want to say that. Yeah, standard has different meanings. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't say that. I don't want it to go without being said, though. But no one else bothers to talk about this, right? Like these guys. Yeah, I don't think we need to say that. Just goes without being said. I think I'm spending too much time on this. I think this is fine now, right? What's wrong with this line? Is it saying that we just code block style expected indented? But then that makes it look funny, right? It's a bash. Yeah, okay. So we don't want to do that because I want it to be syntax highlighted. Yeah, I don't think I can get rid of that warning. I'm just going to check this in and move on. Okay, so include description, license. So this is update README to mention the Rust implementation. That's really the whole point of that. And then add description, license, file, and README to cargo toml. Yeah, spending way too much time on this. It's already 5:30 for me. Let's move on. Wants 4 spaces instead of blocks. That's okay. This is explicitly a Rust crate. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna move on. Moving on to message headers. So at the very top level, we want to turn it into a Rust crate, right? So we're gonna say message headers, and then here, I think I'm gonna cheat because I've already done this a couple of times. I'm just gonna grab the cargo toml and paste it there. And then this is message headers. And then what do we say message headers are? It's implemented. It's actually a different RFC. Let's look up which RFC is that. Open, please. Internet message format. We do have a README MD. We do have a license. Dependencies. I don't know if I'll have name tuple. Want cell. Probably Probably going to use this there, but let's just leave it empty for now. Should also make it just the Rust bit on its own for release. Yeah, I'll figure that out later. Like just maybe put in a branch or have a process to strip the non-Rust stuff out for making the tar and all that stuff. Yeah, I'll probably make a script for it. Like to make the crate for upload. All right. So we want to establish a lib.rs, right? And we're going to... I don't remember. Syntax is trouble for me. That is, it's worn, clippy, pedantic. Yes, that's the most important. And we'll keep it all in one module for now, so I'll just do what I did down here. We have our tests. Test-driven development, right? It's going to say that because we're not using it. That's fine. So, what's our first test? Test something. Signature, this looks like that. Okay, so then I copy from these tests. Snake case. Oh, I guess I will have a name tuple after all. Let's pull a name tuple. The other toml file. Name tuple. All right, now we have name tuple. All right, so this is named tuple struct and then I need to double click that file so I keep it in my list here. All right, okay. I don't need any other special syntax. Give it its own repo? I don't like the feeling of that. I'd like to keep it all in one place. Like if I find a bug through one language, I need to make sure I fix it for both. I hope that you don't need a repo just for publishing. I would imagine that you shouldn't need that, but if I do need a repo for publishing, I'll just have a different branch in the same repo, which strips out all the C++. That's probably what I'd do. Okay, to have access to that, I need to pull it in, right? From here. The Rust library should just be Rust. You mean it's like they're not comfortable with their C++ brothers? All right. I probably don't need this extra namespace, right? And it's going to be, oops, wrong thing. Wait a minute, why did I write it this way? Oh, they're constructed from that. Because I have an implicit constructor. It's been a couple of years since I wrote this. So I must have a constructor for header name. Yeah, right here. Where is it declared? Again, I got, it just feels wrong going back to C++ looking at headers. Yeah, that's why I had to have separate kinds of constructors. Ugh. Okay, I don't like that at all. So these ought to be just slices, right? Yeah. It's whether these are expected to be equal. All right, and so then that doesn't have a semicolon? It does. Huh, it's just the rest of this doesn't parse yet. Let test vectors, and there's this little trick that someone in my Discord told me about. You don't have to have this the length of the array if you make them references. And then, whoa, what happened to my window? My window disappeared. Come back, window. Uh-oh. That was weird. All right, are we back? This is tuple. Right, and then end tuple, and I have to do an into to make that work. And then I can do for test vector in test vectors. Assert equal. Okay, and then we need to construct the left-hand side from the right-hand side. So let left-hand side equal go to the right place. One of these guys. From test vector dot LHS. Okay, rust. Yeah, I hate. I've gotten used to Rust not needing to have this silly separation between header files and implementation files. I don't know what it's complaining about now. Oh, yeah, of course they're static. Oh, right. It's iter. Okay, and then these don't exist yet. So I have to make it exist. Why does it not like this one? Not a... Oh, right. Gotta do that. And then these, same thing. That's what the name... That's the cost of named tuples. They become methods. Okay, so I need to make that. So we're going to use that. So that needs to exist. So, struct... Actually, can you have a struct inside of a struct? That doesn't really make sense, right? So wouldn't it just be header name? So we'll have a struct header name. And then we'll need to implement partial equal for that to work. And then I'll need to have from str. Is that how it works? Or do you do from as ref string? No. It's done differently, right? I forget how to do this. Namespace is the module in the case you create. Yeah, in C++ I had a structure inside a structure, which it's probably not the best way to do it. This should have probably all be in a separate module called headername.rs. It should maybe structure it the right way from the start. Oh, it's like this, right? You can do this. where t is as ref string. Can I not do that, or can I do that? Is that it? I think that's it. There we go. I did it. Message headers, header name, header name. Talking about Rust or talking about C++? Because in C++, that's the namespace, that's the class, and then I had an inner class. I had a class inside of a class, which I think is a bad mistake from bad habits I used to have. I think I want to keep them separate structures, right? Like, why have substructures? I don't think it makes sense. The structs fully qualified name if you had the header, yeah. So what's wrong with this? Oh, I need to dereference the reference to bool. Okay, so that test works, except it's going to hit my to-do, right? That's the minimal to make it compile. I run it, and it will fail because it is unimplemented here. So the from string, let's copy that implementation over. That's the constructor, right? That's just this, that we just end up owning a copy of it, right? Yeah, we have a copy of it. So I don't even do too lower on it. Interesting. I wonder why. Anyway, let's just port it. So it would be what do I call it here? Name string. And then the from just does a self name is we need to give it a, can I just say name here? And just say name dot as ref dot toString. It's gonna warn me that I'm not using it, but that's okay. That implements the from. Now we got to do the equality test. So that's in C++. It was operator equal. Yeah, this one right here. So let's port this. All right. So if the lengths are different, it's false. So I think we can do this with a match, right? Or maybe just straight port it at first. So this would be self.name.len is not equal to, they call it RHS, sure. RHS. RHS name len. It's going to warn me that I don't need the parentheses. Sure enough, I don't need them. Okay, and then otherwise we loop through. So this can just be a fold, right? Or an all. Or an any. So this would be self.name.cares.any care. Oh no, I have to zip them first, right? How do I do that? It's like cares.zip with another one. RHS name cares. And then an any. And then I get two things in here, right? LHS, RHS. Where LHS 2 lower. This would be all, right? To get true. So all, they're all equal. So that's it. Can't do that? Why can't I do that? That's a bool. What? Is this the wrong type? It's a char. Why can't I do a char to lowercase? Returns an iterator that yields a lower. Why do I need an iterator? Let me catch up on chat. It's all from A squared. I have a wall of A squared chat. It'd be the struct's fully qualified name if you had header name in its own module. Oh. Yes, you're right. Separating is a good idea. It appears the header can be any printable ASCII, so too lower means that you can't have uppercase things. It's just that it's case insensitive. So maybe there's an easier way for me to do this other than to do that. Like maybe there's a case insensitive compare and then I can be done with it. Where's my Rust manual? Like, apparently I don't have it. Rust docs. String. Is there a case insensitive compare? Then I can just use that. Or it would be slice, wouldn't it? Functions. Actually I don't need the module, I need the type. This one? The primitive type, there we go. I need like a compare lowercase. Because this probably compares them. Oh, that's weird. Partial ord, partial compare. 2 lowercase is expensive though. Like I could just do it myself by iterating and just stop on the first mismatch. I don't need to make them both into lowercase and then compare them. I just was wondering if there was a compare case insensitive. I don't think there is. Oh, there's equal ignore ASCII case. Ah, there we go. It says it's the same as 2, but oh, without, there we go. That's what I want. I want equal ignore ASCII case. So self.name.equal ignore ASCII case RHS name. There we go. Easy peasy. I just need to borrow it. There we go. Yes, this is why we look things up in the manual. So now this should pass my test. Hey, look, we got our first test to pass. Neat. All right, so they're equivalent if they are the same or if they just differ in case. But if they differ in context, then they don't. All right, so then what's next? Header name rank. Let's do that next. Porting. So that becomes test. This becomes function. That. Snake case. I need to figure out when I'm stopping streaming. Probably an hour from now. All right, so named tuple. This is going to look kind of the same as the last one, right? So I'll just copy this down to here. And then copy this line as well down to here. All of these become tuples into. I don't want to copy too much. Okay, the only difference then is, oops. The only difference is the less than. Right? So that is because I need partial ord. All right, so we got to implement partial ord for header name. Implement missing members. All right. So C++ it was less than. So I don't think I can use the same trick because there's no like compare. There's no or ignore ASCII case, is there? So I'll probably have to do this by hand. Automatically implement equal on this. You forget exactly what equal ensures. Well, but this is a special case where I need to ignore the ASCII case, right? The reason you're not automatically deriving these, I think this is the reason why. I don't think I would get this with the automatic implementation. I can confirm that. So I'll just comment out these tests that won't compile yet. And then instead of having this implementation, I will derive it in C. So if we just derive partial equal, I don't think I'll pass my test because it will, they're not going to be equivalent. It's this line right here that's the important one. Make that equal instead of partial equal. I mean, like that. I still don't think it's going to pass my test. Now they're not even comparable. No implementation for the names being equal. Actually, why am I getting that? You mean my manual implementation? So you say I can be more strict than partial equal, right? But yeah, the reason why I'm not automatically deriving it is because of this line. That's what's different from the automatic. The automatic implementation would just be EQ, not equal ignore ASCII case. So yeah, we gotta, unless there's another way to like derive it, but with this semantic, that's the semantic I need to make it case insensitive. The other option would be if instead of string that there's like a case insensitive string. If there's a type like that in Rust, I would use that, and then we could just derive the equal, right? There's a crate for that. Of course, there's a crate for that. There's a crate for everything. Unicase. Should I just use the unicase crate and leverage that? Then there's not much to this message header class, is there? Well, there's the separating the header from the value part that we could get into. So yeah, okay, so I could pull in a crate just to do this, but that really isn't that much. I think that for this, on this one, I'm going to decide to do it myself because it's fun. And we'll have one fewer dependency, and so we'll have less of the dependency hell. But it's a preference decision, not saying it's better than using unicase. So unicase would be a perfectly acceptable way to do it. Manually writing these implementations when you have cases like that is very reasonable. Either manually writing it or using something like what A2 is saying, I think. Yeah, I think you're right. We'll, instead of doing partial equal, we'll just do equal. But that has a different implementation look, right? So what do I need to implement for that? Wait a minute. What's the error here? Oh, I have to implement them both? So I have to implement partial equal, but then I can implement equal? Is that the gist of that? I have to have both? I guess because this one requires the other. Yeah, how do you implement it? If you cannot derive, specify the type that your type implements, which has no methods. So you have to have that, and then it's just a placeholder. All right. Well, but that's a good thing. Give you a point. Will you publish on Crates.io? Hey there, Everix. Yeah, I also published the URI one. And hey there, PhD Horrible. And I never said hi to... Before the whole discussion about this way back then. Lycan said good evening. Hi, Lycan. That was like 40 minutes ago. I'm sorry. And I also forgot to say hi to Leonardo Smith. Yeah, this isn't the URI one. We're moving on to MessageHeaders, which should be a lot quicker. The URI one is pretty much ready for me to publish. I just need to make a crates.io account and figure out if I need to separate it out from the C++ code and then publish it. It's all ready to go. Look, I even have documentation for it. Isn't that lovely? Should be done using derive when possible. So you're saying I don't need to do that? I can just derive it? You're probably right. So I would just do derive equal, and then that needs to be a string, obviously. Yeah, there you go. You're right about that. So I can derive equal because we implement partial equal. Okay, then now we're going to do partial ord. And it's test. And unless there is a type called case-insensitive string or a method that's like ordering ignore ASCII case, I think I'm just going to do this manually. So this was, I think we're doing a zip, right? Zip will go to the minimum of the two lengths, if I remember right. Zip. If either one returns none, next will return none. Cool. So this has the same semantics. So it would be self.name.chars.zip with other name chars. And then we're doing all, right? Our LHS, RHS, where something is true. Why do I have this extra code down here? Oh, if we reach the end and they're different lengths. I think I should handle that differently then, shouldn't I? This should be, well, no. I have to do an and then, don't I? Yeah, I have to do an and or then. What does all return again? It's just a bool, right? So I can't chain, all is a terminator then. So I guess if it's just false, we return immediately, right? Giving extra security that it's always reflexive symmetric transitive. It makes sense. Be really awkward if it behaved any other way, but always good to double check. Hope string compare is always full equal. Yeah, partial equal is really only for things like floating point numbers where you can never, where you have that not a number oddity. Are you talking about the zip impl? Yeah. It would be weird if it didn't. Yep. Where do I put that in a functional way? I'm thinking that this will yield true if we fall out, right? So maybe just have an early return on false. Like if not. Oh, this looks ugly. I guess we would do it this way, right? What's wrong here? Comma expected. Why comma expected? Hold on. I need to go for about 15 seconds. Be right back. All right, I'm back. That cat photo, yeah. That's the cat. The beast, Casper. You have an empty body for all? That's the body, isn't it? Oh, is that the reason why? So, like, I should say true for there for now? No, it's something else. I'm missing something. Expected comma, why? I don't know why it's expecting... Maybe it's just the rest of this junk. Nope. Oh, we don't return false, do we? We return... Why is it an option? I guess I should look at partial OR to figure out what the heck I'm doing. Let's look at partial ORed. How do I implement it? Exactly. Dumb dog. Dropping a lot of frames right now. Okay, I just dropped like 724 frames. So, I'm dropping more frames. Lots of frames. Monka S. I just dropped 802 frames. Yeah, buy frames. Buy 802 frames. I just missed 0.3% of my frames so far. The zip is never closed? Is that the problem? Oh, yeah. There we go. That was it. Zip. You got it. But yeah, I don't want to return false. When would I return none? Is it in these cases? I don't have a total. I guess that's when I return none, right? When comparison is impossible. Okay, so we're gonna return. Okay, sum. And then that means left-hand side is greater, so I do ordering greater? Yes. Yeah. And then I need to have something outside here. I guess I'll just implement this part here for now. So that is if self name len is less than other name len, then it is less. Else greater. All right. I got rid of that. Yep. But it's always possible for this, right? So then it's not greater here, it's I have to have a third case, don't I? Yeah, because this old code handled just less than, but we need to handle greater than or equal. So then shouldn't I have like a match instead of a straight comparison? This would be the smart way to do it, wouldn't it? And I have n, then it's the equal. And otherwise we have nm. If n is less than m, less. And then hopefully it tells me all match arms are handled. Oh, I can't do that? Okay. Not covered. Dang it. Okay, well, we'll just handle the this case. I can just do that, right? And then remove the if. Yeah, that works. I've seen what looked like double binding before. Where was it? There was one trick I got away with, and was in like the validate ones. I was able to get away with this trick up here. Yeah, if you had this or to have multiple patterns, I could put the same state, and it was bound to the same one as long as I had it spelled the same. If I misspell one of them, then it leads to them all being an error. But if they're all the same, then it actually worked. But here, I guess you can't do that with the within one pattern. What'd you miss? I'm done with URI. Now I'm moving on to the message headers. Welcome back, Uber Unix. Anyway, I think that's easier to read than that anyway, and it's more exhaustive. Okay, so then the inside of here, it's... Should I just reverse this and say any? Oh no, these are both early returns. Shoot, so I can't use all. I should probably just use fold, shouldn't I? And then how would I fold it? I would say if it's equal but the names are different. I think that's what I want to do, right? So let ordering equal that fold, and then if ordering is not equal to equal, then return ordering. All right, so I need a fold. That means I need an initial state, which is equal. So let's not deal with the sum here. We'll have the sum here, but I don't need it. I don't need the option there. So then this will just be equal to start with. And then I get it here, right? So this would be... Actually, why am I bothering? I don't need anything here, do I? Fold isn't going to work either. I need to have something that exits. Like fold until or something. Why do you even have that bit? There's in the original C++ code, there are early returns, right? Either less than or greater than. And we fall out if we reach the end of the zip and they were equal all the way there. And then we look at the lengths to know if it's less than or equal or greater than. That's what I had before. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking I do want to fold, right? But I want it to stop when that is true. But fold isn't what I want. Okay, yeah, see, it's my inexperience with these methods. Actually, why don't I just look at Museum's cheat sheet? Yeah. Maybe it's find that I want. No, it's not find. Or find map. Because I want to return a variable that might be less or greater. There are three possibilities, right? Less than, greater, and those two I want to return early. Equal, I want to continue and do that one. Actually, I could fold these all together, couldn't I? Could you use 2 lowercase here and return the result of that comparison? But I still want to I want to stop early. I want to have it stop early. So I know there's a way to do this. I know I could do trifold if I'm willing to use error type, the result type. I could do that. The error would be that it's not equal, I guess. I'd have to make a custom error type for that. Maybe that's what I do. So it would be like trifold. And I'd have to make a type. I guess I could just put that type in it. So then dot is, well, map error? What does map error do if it's not, what was trifold return? Trifold returns a try. I don't want to map error then. I just want to map this whole thing, I think. Yeah. I want to match this whole thing. Whoops. My source code went away. I don't even really need an initializer there, do I? So I can I just make that empty or unit? I don't even need the thing. I just need it to end early. I just want to focus on one part of the code at a time, and one trick I've learned is you just put a to-do and you comment everything out. And then I get to focus on the one thing I'm doing here. Because this will return a result. So I can say error, and then ordering, some ordering. Otherwise it's okay with, it doesn't matter what's inside of it. And then I want to include this in there. So I guess I want to add those to the match. Or have a smaller match in here. Yeah, just do that. Like that. Now what's wrong with this? That atrocity. Big atrocity. Probably need a comma there. Don't need a to-do here anymore. Alright. Oh, you can do a trifold with a option. Oh, good idea. Maybe that's what we'll do. Oh, it returns an option. What's a try anyway? Oh, it's its own thing. But it's the concept of a okay and an error. Okay is B. Okay, we can have it be whatever we want then. Then what's error? Huh, I guess it's all in, yeah, it all figures it out. Yeah, I'd rather use some or none. That's what I'd rather do. But I got the trifold wrong. Try is not satisfied. Try is not implemented for bool. Right. So this should be like some, I don't know. Well, I should just put the real code in there, shouldn't I? Which is this to lower stuff right here. Right here. Just put the real code in there all along. Okay, so this is really just a match, right? Match LHS to lower. Okay, this I don't understand though. Why does to lower case for a character returning an iterator? One or more characters? Oh. Why can't it just be easy? Is there like a to ASCII lowercase? Care. Can I just look up care? To ASCII lower, that's what I want. Yeah, to ASCII lowercase. That's the problem. RHS to ASCII lowercase. Exactly. Okay, so then LHS RHS, if LHS is less than RHS, it's sum less. If it's greater, it's sum greater. Otherwise, it's none. There we go. Okay, trifold, still not happy. Type mismatch resolving optional ordering as an OK. Expected enum ordering found empty unit. Sum greater than if option is sum return option. Beauty of Unicode, yeah. Some Unicode characters don't have proper uppercase for a while, yeah. Just call the partial order them and match that. Can you do that? On partial ord on, well, this is partial ord. You mean on the characters? That is essentially what I want to do. Or are you saying that there might be a... I don't think there is a partial ord for a character and that does what I want, which is comparing them case insensitively. The problem here is this thinks that... Am I returning the wrong thing here? Do I have to use Turbofish on this? R has to implement this try trait. From... I don't think they have an option here. Your B is unit. I'm lost now. Oh, there we go. Oh, you're right. So I have to have a dummy in here. So like, let's just put equal in there. Right, right. So, then it'll get replaced by these. So does that mean I have to make... No, that should work then, right? Oh, there we go. It's happy now. All right. So this is comparing character to character. And if we don't see any difference, then we look at their lengths. Right? I think that'll just work. Let's try it. Nope. 101. We should print out which one. This and this. Run it again. Hello less than Jello. Okay, it actually got to that one. So it thought that this was false. Do I have them mixed up maybe? Do I have left and right reversed? To lowercase it first. Yeah, lowercase it first, but shortcut early. So that will shortcut it because it's trifold. This will shortcut it early, and we only go into here if it gets all the way through the iterator. I mean, this match. If it shortcut, it'll know the ordering, right? Otherwise, it's got to compare the lengths to see. But I think I had this backwards or something. I don't think I have it backwards, but maybe I do. Debugger time. I mean, hello should be less than Jello, right? Actually, it passed that. How would it pass that one and not that one? That's weird. Do I have a typo somewhere? Weird. Why did that pass and that fail? Oh, it's returning false for both? So it's never returning true. Yeah, I guess so. Let's do it. So, debugger time. Self is hello, other is Jello. This is the Rust version with shorter backtraces. How do I get back to that? Right here? I don't know why I have the backtraces on. I must have enabled something at some point. I actually don't want to see the backtraces. Yes, so this should return true, and it returns false for some reason. So we're going through... Oh, I stepped over it. I think I need to repeat it then. It's returning them equal, so it never got to that. Let me repeat. Wait a minute, how do I get into the trifold? Is zip not returning what I think it should be returning? Trifold. Okay, so we're in here. None of my variables are working. Probably the debugger's having a hard time here. It's not able to see any of my local variables. Yeah, I don't know why. Wow. I'm just single stepping and yeah, it's lost. Okay. Try again. No, it totally bugged out. Debugger for Rust has been hit or miss for me. Like, it's not showing the variables in this scope. I guess because it's a closure. Maybe if I made it a real function, I would be able to see it. Print line debugging? Yeah, maybe. So for example, I could do a debug. Does it actually print anything out? Yeah. See, it didn't stop at H and J for some reason. Obviously. It should have, right? Because... Oh, wait. Oh, it's backwards, isn't it? We need to stop when it gets none. It trifold stops on none, not on some. That's the problem. I need it to like... that means I have to store this somewhere and return none. Oh, that's terrible. Oh yeah, inspect. Yeah. Okay, so this is designed wrong because this is where it will stop, and this is where we want it to stop. I think I should just put this into another. How do I make this fun? I'm trying really hard to make this functional. Try a result. Yeah, I guess so. So then, it doesn't matter what I put here. This should be okay equal, right? And then these should be error. And then we have error. And then we have okay, it doesn't matter. Now it will work, right? I just hate using the error type. Yeah, see, now it works. I hate using the error type, though. Yeah, that works too. Think find will stop on first? Maybe. Find. By the way, this cheat sheet is really handy. I think Museum made it? Someone told me Museum made it, but I might be wrong. Where was it? Find. Find. Yeah, this just returns a Boolean though. I need there's three, I need place for 3. I guess we could do the compare twice, because it's going to return us the tuple that we can then compare against. Largest almost required, yeah. Find map. The first none result. Oh, that would work because B could be our ordering, right? Oh yeah, I like that. Let's do that. Find map. And then I don't need to fold anything, so that goes away. And then this becomes, what does it say? Some, and then none again? Some, none? Ah, there we go. Yeah, the more I practice with this, the more these things I just think you just need to memorize that somehow. Yeah. So thank you, EverX. Papa still Papa, hello. Don't forget to uncomment all the other test cases. Yeah, thank you. I almost forgot. Zoop. Yay. Okay, and now we can derive ord, right? Yay, we derived ord. Find to search for thing, map to apply a function. Yeah, it's just I had to put myself into the mindset of that what we're looking for is the first difference. And then we're returning that if we find it. But if we don't find a difference between the characters, then we have to look at their lengths and compare those. And that makes sense now retrospectively, but like, so I have to remember we are looking for something, and that means I should be using find. And then we're using map because we want a non-Boolean result, right? 3 nested matches. Can I reduce these at all? I probably can, right? This match can't be combined, but I could combine that match with that. I just think it would look ugly because you'd have a 3-member tuple with this thing as one. I guess I could make that a variable. Let character comparison equal that. And then we would match the 2 lengths with the character comparison. Right? And then we would have if that's true, then I don't care what the lengths are. The only thing is it's going to give me the lengths even if that's something, right? Otherwise, I combine these 2, so it would be that. And then I put on these none. There, I've combined them. If let some ordering equals find map thing, return some ordering else. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. That's another way to do it. You think this is uglier? Yeah, it's probably uglier. Let's do it your way. So yeah, it would if let some ordering equal that. Return some ordering. We'll return, yeah, some ordering. Otherwise, we reduce this back to what I had before. So that line goes away. This one, we removed those 2. We're good again. Yeah. I don't think there's any way to combine this any further, though. You think my original way was perfectly fine? Compare that to what I had if I undo enough. I love undo. If I just undo enough, I'll get back to what I had. That's what I had originally. Yeah, I mean, this has some artistic appeal, I guess. You dislike the unwrap, rewrap, you have to do so much? You mean the fact that I have to do that? Yeah, well, it's because we have an option for 2 different reasons. This level has an option because that's how we signal to break out early. And then once we've broken out early, then now the option becomes, do we know an ordering or not? In fact, we're always returning something, right? It's always something. There's never a none. Match left-hand side, compare right-hand side. Oh, I mean for this? So I could say compare, right? And then I don't need these excess parentheses. And then I would say some ordering, right? Then I still have to do this, right? Wait a minute, I don't even need the map at all. I just do that. Remove that. Can I not compare like that? What's it telling me it's wrong? Oh, I need to say sum. No, I still need to do a match, because if they're equal, I need to leave. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so then I have to have sum equal goes to none. Right? Goes to none. Otherwise, sum ordering goes to sum ordering. Did I not get that right? Compare returns what? Oh, it probably just wants me to borrow that? That's weird. And then there's no sum. There we go. Handle equal only, missing that case. I think it needs to be this way, right? We have equal means we haven't found it yet. Here we found an ordering. And there's where we have to bundle it into a sum. And then we unbundle it, and then we bundle it back into sum for that other reason. I think that'll work. I kind of like that better. It's a little bit cleaner, right? Can I do the same thing with the length? I think I can, right? Can't I do, can't I just say length compared to the other length? Can I just say that and then skip all this junk? You can't compare numbers? Can if I borrow? No? Okay, what am I doing? I have to say sum. And then I have to borrow. There we go. Hey, it works. Yeah, why am I manually doing comparison when we have a comparison? One of you probably told me to do that like an hour ago. Whoever told me to do that like an hour ago, I owe you some points. So I'm just going to give out some points to Everx and A squared because you're trying to help. There you go. Lots of points. It'd be so nice if you know what method, you can call methods on primitives. Yeah. Uh-huh. It's hard for me to read that, so one way to improve that maybe would be to do that. Maybe even to do that. It's easier on my eyes, you know? And maybe the same thing here. That's a little bit easier on my eyes. Took a while to get used to the fact that you can do 4 compared to 3, basically. Yeah. I'm not used to doing that either, which is why I didn't leap to that. The oddity with Rust wanting me to borrow a temporary kind of bugs me, but that's okay. I understand why. It's explicitly needing to get a borrow of something, even if it's something that can be copied. Now wrap the outer match with sum to save some characters. Wrap the outer match with sum. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wait a minute, no I don't. I don't know what you mean by wrapping the outer match with sum. Because it could be a none. Oh, no, I do see what you're saying. Yeah. We can say sum and then remove the ordering there. Oh, I even get to lose a line. I like that. And then just a little bit of there we go. I like that. Dr. or PhD horrible. Dr. Horrible. Give you a point. Hey there, said who 12. How are you doing today? Long time no see. Not as bad as you thought? Yeah, it's sort of just kind of hidden. The extra sum is hidden. And that's better because what we're saying here is we know right away that we're going to return something. Rather than the sum being kind of hidden inside the gunk, now we know we're always returning something. I mean, it's a little gross in that it's like it's not immediately obvious that that bracket goes with the match. So if I wanted to be really pedantic about it, I could do that. Now it's clear that the match goes with that bracket, with this block here, and that everything is inside of a sum. I guess. How much do I want to beat this code up? Maybe do that instead. And then the same thing here. I don't know about that. That might look a little bit nicer. Okay, I've beaten this up to death. Let's move on. Oh, and I have to stop the stream soon. I gotta cook dinner. You like the same line braces which don't have that problem? I struggle a little bit with adapting what I'm used to doing as far as where I put the brackets and how I indent with how Rust likes things. Any reason for not using Rust format? Because it doesn't exactly match what I like. I mean, I can do that right now, and in order to do that safely, I need to stage my files, though. By the way, did I forget to check anything in there? I know everything is checked in. Okay. I should stage everything here first, right? So, yes, we have that and we have that. Okay, now that they're staged, I can run Rust format, right? And let it completely destroy the style of my code. Wait a minute, is that how you run it? I have a feeling that it's waiting for input. I think it's waiting for input. How about cargo format? Okay, that's what it is. All right. Yeah, see what it did there? I don't like that. I don't like that this line and this line, this is inside the block and this is outside the block. I don't like that they're indented at the same amount. I don't like this excess, I don't like doing that because we're not on an iterator yet until we hit there. The reason why I had it start doing lines is because there we're now an iterator, and every line is now an iterator until we get to the terminus, right? So that's, and yeah, I do that explicitly because I want the indentation level to match the match. So it's just that I don't quite agree with the Rust formatter. Why do you get GUI there instead of using the commands? I'm just used to doing get GUI. It's just what I'm used to doing. Now, what did it change on me? Oh, yeah. I should check that in. So, pull in Rust port of message headers. I'm just used to using Git GUI. It makes me happy to use it. Also run Clippy for fun? Yeah, I can do it. Oh, I'm in the wrong window. Okay, let me see what it screwed up on URI. Yeah, see, it does. I don't like that. I prefer these to be on separate lines so that if I add one, there's only a one-line difference. The one-line difference should be only the thing I added. See, I just don't agree with a lot of this. I don't like the where being on the same. I'm very opinionated. So is Rust format, and we just don't agree. So I'm going to have to control J all these differences. Because I don't agree. And what else did it do? It like removed the space. No, it added a space there. I don't like that. Yeah, it got rid of it made it harder on my eyes. I just don't agree with it. That's what it comes down to. I'm a crotchety old programmer. A squared is blue. Yeah, what A squared used to be red, right? About 715-209. How are you doing? All right, I gotta, let's say 15 minutes more because I gotta cook dinner. And let's see. I guess we're on to the next test because all these tests pass, right? Yeah, look at that. They all pass. Nifty. Let's move on. Next test, we're importing HTTP client request message. There we go. We're getting serious now. It's almost looking like we're doing web dev. So, this is a test with this as snake case. Please. Thank you. All right, and then we have a raw message. And then we have this headers is something we can pass it a slice and it'll tell us if we've completed the message or not. And if we have, we can see if it's valid. Actually, maybe I combine these all together because we can just have it return an optional result, right? None would be it's not complete. Some error would be invalid, and then some collection, I guess, would be the headers. I'm guessing that's the API that I had. This is like code I made 2 years ago, so I don't quite remember. Okay, you could configure it. You can see if it's valid or not. You can pass it data. Oh, there are 2 ways to pass it data. Well, that's the same thing as having a slice, right? This is where to store the offset into the given where the headers. Oh, no, this is different. Okay, that's an overload. This one didn't have any extra, and this has an extra. Yeah, chat, you can set your own color, and also I think if it's your Twitch Turbo or something, you have more colors you can pick from. Get all has header. Maybe this really has 2 modes, doesn't it? There's like a parser, and then when we're done parsing, we get the headers out, right? This line limit ought to be something we construct it with, right? Okay, I need to decide, like, do I do a straight port or do I improve the design on this? I'm thinking we'll start with more or less a straight port and then I will improve the design later. Oh, he's changed to white. To me, it's white. I don't know what it is in Twitch chat. All right, so if I'm doing a straight port, then we're going to say that this is a let headers equal message headers new. And then we have a raw message. We can't do that? You can't tie strings together? Oh, that's a bummer. I thought you could do that. You can't have multi-line strings in... Okay, I need to look this up then, because I want to have a multi-line string, obviously. So, Rust multi-line string. What's the syntax for multi-line string? Ooh, the backslash approach I don't like. Ooh, I like that better. Raw string literal notation. That's what we're gonna do, I think. Try with plus? I'd rather do this, I think. It's just that it's gonna have an initial new line, right? Adam the creator, how are you doing? Drawstring literal, you have to match the number of hashtags at the start and the end. So yeah, I don't want the indents either. Yeah. Maybe I do use plus then. So plus is I guess. Okay, can we not add slices together? You can't add them. Cannot be used to concatenate two of them. Oh. Bummer. There's no nice multi-license strings in any language. This C approach I was happy with. You just have each line has the delimiters where you want the string to start and the end for that line, and you have to manually. I want to manually do the line terminators anyway because it is very specific in the RFC that they're terminated by CRLF. Where do they say that? Well, I guess it's in this raw syntax here, right? That's not it. Overall message syntax. That you have fields, and that fields... wait, what? Am I looking at the wrong thing? Dang it, I went back too far. CRLF. Yeah, that all of these have CRLF at the end. Every field has a CRLF at the end. So that has to be exact. Concat would work? Yeah, maybe. That's not how you use concat. It's parentheses. And I'm guessing I need commas. Hey, I think that worked. I think concat worked. Concats literals into a static string slice. Yep, that's exactly right. Thank you. Papata still papa. First line has to be a string from. After that one, you can do a plus. Yeah, that's if I want to put it on the heap. But this is going to be a static string slice, right? So we like static string slices. It doesn't matter when you declare it, but it matters when you use it, right? I can't decide to use those. Oh, I can. Oh, interesting. Oh, right. I didn't have the commas before, though. It needed the commas, but it doesn't care what I put there. I think I'm going to use parentheses. There's another one that you can do. Just do the standard string, and it will take what's in there as well. What do you mean? Do a standard string, and it'll take what's in there as is. I don't get that, but that's okay. Enter next line. But I need the line endings to be specific characters. I can't let it take the line endings of my source file or anything like that. And I don't want the indentation included, yeah. All right, so then let's just port this as is. Assert equal replaces that assert equal. Don't know why I typed that. So then the enum, let's just keep it like that. And then pull that back into existence. Snake case that. That goes to that. This goes to snake case. And then again, let And then this is a named tuple. Okay, and then these are both name static slices. Okay, and then that means that this is just let that I only wanted to change the one equal, and then this magic syntax expected header equals that, so that we don't have to worry about the size. And then all of these become, whoa, wrong key, become tuples into. And what did I do wrong here? What? Don't get it. Let me comment this stuff out because I think it might be getting in the way. First equal to, oh yeah, you're right. You guys are much faster than I am at catching these things. I gotta end soon. I'm not gonna be able to get this test working tonight, but probably tomorrow. I'll have placeholders for the thing, so then, but I won't have the implementation done, and that needs a bang. These all need bangs. Whoops, too far. All right, so this would be this dot length, right? And then header collection. I guess we'll use the same convention. We'll call it length instead of size. And then I guess what we want to do is zip, right? So expected headers dot iter dot zip with header collection dot iter. We'll have to return an iterator for the headers, I guess, and then dot for each, and we're gonna get expected actual that assert equal. Let's put this on another line. Expected actual. All right, and then assert true just becomes assert, right? Rewa Papata says, Rust has support for continuation of string literals. If a line containing a string literal ends in a backslash, literal content continues on the next line with the new line and any line leading white space elided. Yeah, the thing is I don't want to elide the white space or the new line. I don't want Rust to replace it, because what Rust might do is that. And that would be wrong, because the spec is very clear. It has to be CRLFs. CRLFs everywhere, right? It can't be just a line feed. So I need it to be precise, so I can't let Rust do that. Manual backline, new line, then backslash. But won't that now have two new lines? This will have two new lines in it, right? One there, and then one there. Unless you're saying that it removes the white space and the new line. Oh, it removes the new line too? Okay. I still think I like this better because it's more explicit to me. This is done with a macro, right? So it's gonna be concatenated before it even gets compiled. Yeah, I think it's a valid point, which means you get a point, but I think I'd rather stick with the way I have. You want me to read a blog? Point 13? I don't have a whole lot of time. Let's read it. Point 13. It's all in white too. It's blinding me. String continuations. Blah, 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 blah. What's the point? When programmatically printing a string that is itself long, one is left with a much less horizontal real estate. Yes. Uh-huh. Clunky? I don't think that's clunky. Clunky just because you had to invoke the macro? I don't know. I tend to think it's clunky because you have to remember that character. I don't know. I think it's due to it's whatever preference you have. I don't think it really matters too much. But I think you did deserve a point. Compile time anyway. Yep. Especially if you need to enforce the correct line. Yeah. It just feels safer to me to be in full control over what's inside the strings. And we know concat doesn't add anything. It makes me feel better. So it's all a preference thing. Okay, so assert false would be an assert not, right? Okay, then has header snake case. And then snake case. And then snake case. All right, so I have a bunch of things here. What is it not like about for each? Closer expected to take a single, oh yeah, tuple. It is correct. And then what's wrong with this? Expected header doesn't implement debug. Oh yeah, we'll have to implement debug. All right. So let's see what I have to implement. Obviously I need message headers class. We don't have that yet. Struct message headers. We don't have anything in there yet. We're gonna have debug for message. Actually, we can just derive it, right? Derive debug. Look, it even guessed what I wanted. All right, now what? We need a new. So function, and we're probably going to want to make this public, right? So new generate self, and we don't have anything in there, right? Wait, what did I do wrong? I already messed up somewhere. Oh, this impl. What am I doing? Impl message headers. I'm too used to doing C++, I'll tell you. All right, and then it's going to tell me I never call this, right? Oh, it must have a must-have. I'm not going to worry with strings this time. Now what? Consider a default? All right. Default, please. There you go. Only has an impl, yep. All right, so what are we missing now? I need this enum with a complete, at least one state. So let's put it up here. Complete. That's all we care about for now. And then I need to parse raw message that returns a state. Parse raw message that takes, let me try to copy the API. Raw message, but is snake case. And I'm going to do this the cool way, which is that you make it generic over some t, where t is as ref string, something that you can get a string reference from. And we don't need it yet, so it's all to do. All right, and what's next? Oh, it needs to return state. One of these guys. I'm gonna have to change this to like use proper conventions. So for now, yeah, this has to be pub. For now, it's a straight port. We'll fix it later. Why still wrong? Known method name parse raw message. I thought I added that. Oh, it needs to take a self. Mute self. All right, which means this has to be mutable. Now what? Oh, partial equal, yes. Derive. Partial equal. Looks like C# and C++ at the same time. You like it? It's called Rust. Yeah, some shout outs to other Rust developers there. I'm also in the Rustations team. Yeah. Well, that's the other team. Well, I thought I had one Rust team. There we go. Rustations. They were doing some Rust porting of some code I wrote that deals with internet messages, which you use in like web traffic, right? So I wrote it in C++ and I'm porting it to Rust. Although I need to stop because I need to cook dinner. But I'll be doing this tomorrow if you like this kind of stuff. I'm just trying to finish this up by getting this little test to compile. Not pass, but compile. It doesn't like this Y. Oh, that doesn't implement debug? Well, shucks. Let's make it implement debug. There. Now what? I don't have an is valid. Sure, let's add that. Where are, here we are. I comes before N, right? So is valid. Borrow self returns bool, right? We haven't done it yet. It's to do. And you must use the return value. Don't need a reason. I think I'll just keep those warnings around for now. And why the error? Oh, it's a macro. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now, oh, there's something else here. I expected end of macro invocation. Am I missing some thing? Oh, this should just be assert. There we go. Okay, get all needs to return something that we can get the length of and iterate later. What does the C++ code return that we can... It returns a headers type. It says yet another type. Oh no, it's a vector. And I was actually making a new one, not returning a reference. Okay. So let's just keep it even though it's horrible. We'll keep it for now, and I'll just fix it later. Just straight port without fixing it to be Rust idiomatic. So pub function get all borrow self. It's going to return a new vector of headers, right? Header, what was it? Header, which is what? Another structure with it's just a tuple. It's a bare. Why don't I just keep it as a tuple then? Or make it a bare structure. So struct header is just name and value. Oh, there's a header value. What's a header value? It's just a string. Okay. So value string. Easy enough. I don't need a semicolon. Okay, then that's easy. We can make that public. Completely public, plain old data. So a vector of those, please. To do. And please use it. Please use the return value. Not the method, the return value. If you call the method to get something, you're probably going to want to use the return value. Okay, so what's wrong here? We need partial equal on... what are these things? Expected header. Oh. Can I derive here? I don't know if I can. What's the type of expected here? Unknown. That's a header. Oh, I have, yeah, this isn't, I can't do that. I have to, I have to convert the two from one type to another. Where did I copy this from? Yeah, I have to do that, right? Compare the name and value. Yeah. Why did I not copy that the right way? Anyway, yeah, so this should be expected dot name. Actual is dot name. And, yeah. Value and value, right? Getting close, I think. Oh, do I need to make it comparable to slices? Yeah, these need to be both dereference the that. Oh, phone call. I'll be right back. All right, good news is I don't have to cook dinner. Bad news is dinner's on the way home, so I need to go eat it. Yeah. This won't work until I make partial equal header name implemented for string. Can I do that? Or do I make it the other way? Okay, let's just add the has header. I can do that. Has header. Must use pub function has header self. This would take a header name, right? So T, well, name. Generic over T, where T is as ref. Should just be string, I think. To do. You must do it in that order. Okay. Still unlike it. Oh, because it doesn't return anything. Return bool. Thank you. All right. Generate raw headers should just return a new string, I guess. So up here, must use, can't type right now, public function, borrow self, return a string, to do. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. All right. It's the mad rush to the finish line to get this actually compiled. I think we're just down to one error, right? There's an error up here, though. What's this? What's wrong with that? Private name in public interface. Oh, yeah, that's public structure. I wonder if I have to make these public. I don't know. Let's say no for now. Make them public if I need to. Okay, so this one, I think I can just implement partial equal. Is this how you do it? Yes. Okay, apparently I don't need the double. So here it's just other, or RHS to be more consistent, right? There we go. Up. It's still an error though. It didn't like it. Is that because I need to swap these? No. So what is the real problem? Header and name doesn't implement debug. Oh yeah, we can fix that. Debug, please. What now? It's always something. Can't compare a slice with a header name. Partial equal header name is implemented for slice. So can I do it the other way? No. Partial equals slice is not oh, so it does need to be by reference? Okay. I want to be able to have it compare both directions. It's just telling me I have to do this and then dereference, right? Okay, so that works. Can I turn it around though? Can I put that on the left-hand side? And then I have to implement another trait for that, right? I have to implement partial equal header name for slice. Okay, let's see if I don't remember if you can do this. Partial equal header name for slice. Is it going to let me do that? It is. Well, neat. Then I can just say other name. Well, I can just say self equal ignore ASCII case right-hand side name. And it's already a reference, so I can just do that. Need to borrow that actually. Hey, there we go. Yeah, and Rust, it means borrow. Sometimes they use the word reference because I'm used to C++. It's essentially, it's the same thing. It's getting a pointer to something fundamentally, but Rust adds some restrictions on top of that. If you don't say mute in front, then the reference or the pointer you get is read-only. It's immutable. So in C++, it's the opposite. Usually, when you take the address of something, you get a pointer you can read or write through that pointer unless you put a const in front of it, or a const after it. I'm not even typing the right word. Not exactly that syntax, but you get the idea. It's kind of flip-flop for Rust. Everything is const or read-only by default unless you specifically say I want a mutable reference. We're not actually mutating things here, so I'm not needing to do that. Yeah, exactly. It's flip-flopped from C++. Instead of const, you put mute, and it has a reverse meaning. Okay, good news. Got it to compile. Bad news, I gotta go. So I should run this, and it should just give me that it reaches something unimplemented, right? So when I get back, the first thing I'm gonna have to work on is parse raw message, because that's the first thing that we hit in the test that's unimplemented. I'm sorry I have to go, but I have to go eat, and then gotta do other things. Gotta help with algebra. But I'll be back tomorrow. Let's see if someone is doing Rust, like I am, that we can go raid. Let's go to twitch.tv/team/Ruststations. Let's see if anyone on the Ruststations team is going. Oh, Primogen is going, but he's not doing Rust. He's doing Lua. Okay. Anybody, Museum's not going. ActinDev's not going. It doesn't look like I know anybody who's doing Rust right now. Yeah, I gotta go help my kids learn algebra right now and eat dinner. Well, I guess it's whoever I want to raid, right? I think I raided the Primogen last time. Why don't we raid someone else that I like who's not doing Rust, but he's doing some cool stuff. He's doing game development. What's he doing today? Okay, he's working on an animation. So this is user335. I kind of like to hang out in his stream because he's a really nice guy. He explains what he's doing. He's really down to earth. He's not pretentious. He's very cool guy. He's been working on this game nonstop for several years. Is listening to the same song over and over again, Eye of the Tiger, to keep himself motivated. He's a very dedicated guy, and I hope you like his stream. I'm going to raid him right now, and I'm going to go eat. Hitting that raid channel button. Don't feel obligated to stick around. It's only if you like the streams. There's plenty of alternatives. So, for example, livecoders.dev, the Primogen, is an awesome alternate stream if you don't like where we're going, but I'm going to raid user right now. So thank you all for being here. I'll be back tomorrow, I hope, unless something comes up. Till then, let me find this window, get ready to hit the raid thing, and yeah, take care. Thanks for being here. See you soon. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye, we're raiding. Bye.